Hey guys, welcome back to another Gundam Regionals here, right here in Sydney, Hurstville, Australia. We're very excited to be bringing you the best Gundam content or attack games outside of you.
Yeah, shout out to our games. Thanks for having us. Looking forward to looking at some great matches for today. Really excited to see some of the matchups. I think Sydney we get players playing all sorts of different decks. So, Ryan, what sort of things are you most excited to see for today?
Well, anything but blue purple. Blue purple has been dominating the format for quite some time now, especially in the EU and the US. Sydney is known to have its own little ecosystem when it comes to the meta. We do have more blue-white than any other state here in Australia. So do you think we're going to see many of the O's today, Tiger?
I had a look at a few players' deck lists beforehand asking about, and it seems like a lot of people who normally play at the regionals, play at the locals, have opted to go for the O deck, which typically is built blue-white. So I think we're going to see a high representation of that today. I know some players who don't typically play that deck, us being both from Sydney, so we do have that home crowd advantage. Yeah, some of them are switching over just for today, so it'll be really interesting to see how they go.
And we'll just cut straight to the players. We have our first feature match on the stream today, and that will be Soga King versus. They're just giving some instructions to the players right now, and we are updating the names as we speak.
I think Daryl on the right-hand side is from Sydney as well. No, I'm playing against him. Actually,
I think they're both from Sydney, actually.
Okay.
Well, Sydney representing the first feature match of the day. I like to point out that aerial OR at the back, the LR Plus art, the beta LR Plus art, is bloody beautiful.
Yeah, it's definitely a very spicy looking card, very sought after, but also a bit of cash money required to acquire.
I definitely think that there is a skew favor towards blue-white. The last time we had banners too, it's all blue-white cards. Aerial Strike, Grandpa Gundam, and this time we have Aerial as well as Epion at the back of the players.
What can we say? Just the best color combination.
Best color combination indeed. And now we have Vincent against Daryl. We're still finishing up some announcements right now. And we'll just cut straight back to us. Let's talk about the meta a little more. I did hear through the grapevines that some people, especially the people from Melbourne, are bringing the blue-white aerial deck that has taken home the nationals. Maybe it's a few variant, and we'll be seeing some of that today.
Yeah, I did hear about that as well. I would like to say that since the Nationals has happened, obviously we have had the release of GDO3, and a very important card there to mention would be the O being really strong itself. Obviously it is a bit matchup dependent where the O's main goal is to kind of rest standing units so that you can take value trades, especially with its major repair 3. But against some decks, such as a more aggressive version, such as Blue Purple aggressive or One New War, the O doesn't really work out that much. But given the high representation, I believe, of the O coming in today, the blocker decks might suffer a bit more because they can't just stall it.
Yeah, I do believe that any other blocker deck other than the O does lose to the O. The O being the strongest late game deck available right now. And it seems like the players are ready, and we'll cut straight to the games. Oh, and we can see the official Gundam AO Strike sleeves, and some Spy Family. Always love some good Spy Family content.
Yeah, exactly. I believe that's Anya on the sleeve. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. And we have Daryl winning the dice roll and opting to go second, I believe.
Second, yep. And yes.
And we see the
classic.
Blue purple versus white. I'm seeing white from Vincent's side.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I don't know if we saw any other colors, but I just want to point out I played against Daryl, I think this week Wednesday actually, and he was running this exact same deck. So if he hasn't received anything. This should be the typical blue-purple aggressive variant.
Do you know how many 2-1-2-2s he's running?
I wasn't able to ask about the list composition, but I believe it is the standard, probably 8 or 12.
Well, we have our first feature match coming out, being kicked off with the new Zero Gundam from Double O, GDO3.
Yes, a very strong opener. Ooh, but we got the Zawart down, which kind of counters the O Gundam, but because of the 2 HP on the Zawart, it is ultimately going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
And the 2-1-2-2s are coming down, Tiger.
All the weenies are coming down. Just for reference, whenever we see a 2-1-2-2, we call them weenies, because that's all they do.
Is this a wing deck on Vincent's side? I'm seeing a little bit of green. Is that a Peace Million in his hands?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a wing.
Yep,
that's a wing deck.
Confirmed by seeing the Chang Wufei. Potentially, opting not to play the wing, maybe playing a bit more Ultron, but that's not something that we do typically see. And we do actually see the ST09 Freedom, I believe.
Oh, the ST09 Freedom giving, having blocker as well as suppression whenever a friendly base is up. And Vincent is playing on curve, blocker after blocker. Will Daryl's board be too wide for the blockers, or will Vincent put up the wall first?
Yeah, let's see what's happening. So Daryl's opting to swing 2 AP into the base, and Vincent's opting to not block. I believe this is a wise decision because it will take 2 swings at least at its current game state to actually break that EX base.
But Daryl is on level 4, and that is ping range.
Yes, so getting rid of the Lefrith, which arguably is the most annoying blocker for this matchup, because even with the Rick Diaz on board, if Daryl gets a Gundam pair, he can boost the AP +1, but he can't boost AP +2, which the Lefrith can dodge.
And now it's quite difficult for Vincent to stabilize, but we do see 2 bases in his hand, as well as the Lefrith Gundam.
Yeah, just playing more blockers down. Going first as well for him, although he gets less of the resources, going first because his level is technically lower, but he can play more stuff on curve as well, given that he doesn't need to worry about burning an EX resource to play a card.
Vincent not opting to play the base there, despite having only low AP units on board. Instead, he opted to play 2 blockers. I don't know if that's the right decision, Tiger.
I think maybe Vincent's looking to play the long game. We do see that in his hand there's not that many pilots. Potentially he's looking for a burst of some kind. I didn't catch the other bases potentially in his hand, but I also believe that Peace Million can only come down once we are at level 6.
We did see an underground desert base.
We did see the underground desert base. Yes, that's a 6 HP base, and that is very strong against all sorts of like aggro decks because it takes multiple swings to get past.
Vincent turning out to be correct in this situation to try and make his board as wide as possible to try and build up that wall to stop Daryl in his tracks.
Yeah, and I'd like to see what Daryl's going to be able to play this turn as well, as we do hit level 5, which means that he can play Armor Gundam without worrying about the burning of the EX resource.
I do think that Vincent is slowing Daryl down just enough. I don't Vincent is still quite healthy, but Adapt Nika comes down. The link
clears a bunch of blockers. Now let's see what he opts to do. Does he swing for life? And he does, recognizing that potentially the blocker's not that important. And we do see the starter deck Wing Gundam come out from Shields. Quite unfortunate. You hate to see that as a wing player.
Yeah, and now Daryl knows that Vincent is on the wing because this is the first green card that has hit the field. And Daryl must be shaking his boots right now as the turn approaches 8.
Yeah, that's true. And another scary thing to think about for wing players is on their side, if they hit level 6 and they have the baby wing and hero Yui combination, oh, that is also quite brutal.
It's quite a huge tempo swing. Being able to deal with the body as well as deal with the shield is a minimum 2 bodies and 1 shield when that link comes down.
Exactly. And we do also see that Vincent has opted to play an L Strike Gundam and actually pairing it with the Chang Wufei. I think that's quite an interesting play, and it does telegraph to Daryl that Vincent might be in like a desperate situation and he should just be going on the aggressive.
I don't think so, because of the Chang Wufei is kind of useless in this matchup here, outside of keeping his units healthy. Vincent just needs to slow the game down so he can see wing.
That is true, that is true. But we do see that the ping on the gun tank earlier was able to take down the air strike.
And we have the Corsica base come down. Now that it's limited to 2, it's so inconsistent to see it. Now, does Vincent finally draw his wing? He sees a Hero Yui, but he does not see a wing.
I believe he has the overflowing affection to try and search for an ASAP. Now opting to play the base as the game's progressed a bit more, and
it hits the Kira Yamato. Unfortunately, that could have been a burst and a gain card advantage for Vincent. But we see the structure deck wing with the Hero Yui.
Yeah, those are very important units to see. And important thing to note with the structure deck wing Gundam as well, it is able to hit standing units that are
level 4.
Exactly, which realistically is almost every unit inside Daryl's deck if he's playing the aggressive version.
Yes, and we see the Peace Million in Vincent's hand right now too. Once he gets that set up, that wing is going to wreak havoc.
Yeah, exactly. With the Peace Million be able to heal 2 off, I believe it's level 6 or higher Operation Meteor units.
Yes, Operation Meteor and G-Team units. And now Vincent opting to drop the Wing Gundam and save the link for the next turn with the Peace Million setup.
That's true, yes, because he can get the heal straight away. It'll be a big wombo combo. But let's see how Daryl responds. He's probably thinking that now that he's hit like a breakpoint and to see the Wing Gundam come down, be very important to start taking shields ASAP. Doesn't want to prolong this game any longer than it has to be.
We definitely need to see the Wing Zero coming down soon from... Is this even turn 8? It is turn 7.
I believe we're heading into turn 7 right now.
So Vincent will play that Peace Million soon with the blocker, with the Wing Zero link, with the Wing structure deck link. Otherwise, he is 5 units to 2 shields right now.
Yeah, I believe the base has to come down. Peace Million also being a 6 HE base is going to absorb a few hits. And yes, we do see the base come down. And another hero as well, which is definitely important because if he manages to draw another Wing Gundam or a Wing Gundam Zero, that could be very detrimental for Daryl.
Why is Vincent swinging? I guess Vincent is getting rid of the high AP units on the board to try to protect his base. And the Wing Gundam comes down with the Hero Yui to attack another standing unit. And that will be the adapt.
Yeah, very strong. And he gets a heal too as well.
But Vincent is still dead to a link here.
Well, we'll see.
Does Daryl have anything in hand?
Yeah.
He only has 1 card in hand, Tiger.
That's definitely not good to see. He's probably having a think. Does he want to swing? Is there a... Yes, it'll be very hard for him to win at this point because even if he swings all 3 units, he's not going to be able to crack the base. But if he leaves them standing, the Wing Gundams are just going to eat them up, especially with the Kira effect as well to reduce 2 AP on a unit of choice during attack, and the Peace Million going for the healing.
Oh, this hurts.
These units are going to be very healthy and very hard to deal with, especially when you're playing just weenies turn by turn.
Yeah, and Daryl swings 3 units into that base and still can't take it down.
And it's also important to mention the breach factor on Wing Gundam. The fact that it's breaching and taking units at the same time means you're hitting basically both opponents' shield as well as their units. And we do see a burst of the base.
The Isaribi.
The Isaribi, which gives a damage unit plus 2 AP.
I think Daryl is in a precarious situation right now that Vincent has just slowed him down enough and set up 2 Wing Gundams. I don't know if Daryl can claw his way back into this.
Have to get really lucky on the draws this time around. Potentially off the burst, picking up 1 card from shield.
That is...
We refresh the Peace Million as well, and...
Vincent is still dead to a link.
Yeah, and the cherry on top is he managed to grab a blocker off of life. I believe it was the Lifris.
Oh, lucky.
Very lucky.
Vincent. That was a very risky play that Vincent has opted to do. As if he didn't see a blocker, he would have died to a link.
Yeah. I believe Vincent was going for the line where potentially if there was a burst pilot, sorry, not burst, Daryl picked up the pilot from the Isaribi burst and managed to top deck into a unit, potentially like, Armor and Gundam, which actually boosts the 6 AP. that base was going to be in real big danger. And if Vincent doesn't burst into any bases as well, then that would have been game over.
Yeah, and it seems like this is the last turn for both players, and we see unfortunately Daryl had nothing else.
Yeah, it looks like to be the end of the line. Not sure if anything really gets him out of here, but see the
And we
game
see a
progress.
Mika in Daryl's shields. If only one more burst, maybe Daryl could have taken it.
Yeah, and we see the GGs come out, and Daryl checking his rest of the draws. Very unfortunate, as we still don't see any armor and Gundam come out.
And that concludes our first game to the Sydney Hurstville Regionals 2026. Having Wing Gundam beat out Blue Purple is always a sight to see. We hate Blue Purple right now.
Yeah, Blue Purple is definitely not in the best of spots in terms of popularity. It's being so oppressive, so high rolling. If you see the right cards at the right time, it's almost comparable to 1 Year War, or even better than 1 Year War variants.
Yeah, 1 Year War. 1 Year War being the fastest deck. Blue Purple is not as fast, but it's you just can't keep the units on the board against Blue Purple.
Definitely much more versatile, because even if you don't rest your blockers for anything, the purple side of the Iron-Blooded Orphan cards will just go through your units with the pings, which means if you don't do anything, you lose. If you do something, you still lose.
Yeah, it's quite oppressive in that in that sense, and it's dominated the meta for so long. It's picked up popularity around the end of GDO2, and it has dominated totally after the introduction of Gundam Barbatos Adapt, and it's such an oppressive deck.
Yeah, I think the Adapt really was the final nail into the coffin, to make that deck almost like a tier 0 deck. Obviously, the effect we have seen before in previous cards, such as in GDO2, we have the Fusion Rebake, as well as it being on the titular pilot Mikazuki August as well. So potentially it's not really the effect that is the main driving factor of that deck. It could be just the fact that that effect can come out so early, and yeah, being a level 4 2 cost as well means that you can link a pilot if you're going second or if you're going first.
It's just way overtuned. Well,
Mm-hmm.
thank you for tuning in. We will take a short intermission between the games, and we'll see you guys in the next round.
Peace out.
And welcome back, Gundam players. We have our round 2 being set up right now, and I would just like to talk a little bit about the meta and what has been going on in the Sydney Hurstville regionals. We had a little bit of a scatter around, and it seems that Sydney is more defensive leaning, so we have a lot more blocker decks than blue purple.
Yeah, we're having a chat to some of the players during the break, and it seemed like most people were either playing blockers or had lost to the blockers. So quite unfortunate for the other half, obviously. But yeah, it seems like most people have opted for not such a high rolling sort of deck and want to play a consistent sort of game plan.
Yeah, Tiger was saying that Sydney players are committed to the game. They want to play the game as long as possible.
Exactly. You want to maximize the enjoyment from your locals, so you want to stretch it out for as long as you can. It's very important.
Yeah, and I really think that the success of blocker decks are found because when blue purple is dominating the format, for example, like right now, we play a lot of anti-aggro decks like blue, red, blue, um, Banshee control. So with Banshee control being the prevalent in the Sydney meta, really discourages people from playing blue purple and makes people go more towards the O wing like we saw in the last feature match. And yeah,
Yeah, I think playing in our locals in Sydney, some people bring a different deck every week just to try something out. So the meta is like ever flowing. Like for example, one person will be on blue red one day, and then the next day they could be on blue purple, and the next day they could be playing the O. So because it's so like fluid, I think ultimately it really depends on the day and what everyone is like thinking, because we've all got the cards. It's just what they decide to play, and apparently today everyone decided to go for the blockers.
and it seems that we round 2 has started. Let's cut to the players to see who is.
Alright, I'm good. I'm solid. Yeah, I'll stop. No, they said stop. Yeah, everyone's playing. Oh, sorry.
So, PK is definitely a good player if he's able to have that one. And as we see the game going on, both players passing their turn 2s, and yeah, on level 3 PK is playing a Gundam Lifrith, so looks like he's mainly leaning towards a more defensive deck. And we see the Roselle coming out for Jason, confirming that he is on red-blue.
Does PK know that Jason's on red blue? Has any red cards hit the deck right now?
Unfortunately, we haven't seen any red cards yet, but the Roselle is a strong indicator that most likely the other color isn't going to be white, as very rarely played in a blue-white sort of deck.
Yes, Roselle being a more aggressive leaning card, but it is slow compared to the 2-1-2-2 weenies.
Exactly.
So it is a good indication that it is a mid-range technique. And we do see the Grandpa Gundam come down.
We see the respective pilot? No, so just the Grandpa Gundam. Good. One thing to note with the Roselle is it actually almost perfectly counters the Lifrith because of the 3 HP. Lifrith blocking will lead to an uneven trade, which is why PK probably opted to not block there.
And PK kicks off with the overflowing, kicks off his turn with the overflowing. And it seems like he's on red-white.
Yeah, that is interesting because we do see the winner Atherin in hand. most likely playing also the Justice Gundam then.
What do you think about this matchup, Tiger?
This is a deck that I did like and I did used to play. I believe it can go the distance. The main issue with it was sometimes during the early game, you wouldn't have enough blockers to, protect you against the aggressive versions of other decks. As we see, the Atherin actually come down as a pair. Important thing to note with Atherin is that he is a 1+1/+2 pilot, which means now that Lifrith is immune to Armorer's effect unless it takes damage.
Yeah, the 3/6 Lifrith being quite scary stat line for Jason to deal with. However, I do think that PK might be a little too passive in his gameplay against Blue-Red, the ultimate late game. The Banshee control, if the Banshee controls comes down, or if he's playing the She Gundam build, the Mafty build, it's really outvalues Red-White.
Yeah, exactly. I do actually think maybe earlier when I looked at Jason's hand, maybe there was a hint of Hathaway Noah inside, so we might be able to see potentially a She Gundam come down if the board does go wide on PK's side.
So we still don't know what exactly Jason is on, but we're going to see the Kshatriya Marita link come down, pinging down literally PK's whole board.
Yeah, well, that's an empty board against 2 units. Or sad to see the L Strike come out from shields as well. That's one less L Strike he can play. Luckily, PK does have a response with a close combat at the end step, taking down one of Jason's units.
I do think PK is quite behind on tempos right now. The players are just sorting out how many resources he has used, but I do think Jason is in the commanding position right now, especially with Jason on blue, being ahead on board as well. He will be ahead in card advantage too.
That is true, that is true. Important thing to note on Jason's side, because we see the Marita and because we know he's playing blue, just really quickly, Banshee's effect is that you need at least 12 cards in your trash to be able to trigger it, and currently we don't see that many cards in trash. I believe there was only like maybe 2 or 3 cards, so it is slightly by.
So PK is just thinking about his turn right now, being in quite the hard position to try and claw back the board. I don't know if PK has the tools to take back the board, as Kshatriya is a 7/5 unit. So even if PK links, he will just be going even on board. And he'll be even more behind in card advantage because Jason is on blue and PK isn't.
That is true, that is true. Important to know, blue obviously has the Show of Resolve present, so that's basically infinite resources. And if he's able to recycle the shows back with the Banshee, shuffling the cards back into deck, I mean, what can PK do but just like bleed out eventually? And we do see a link come down, so it's the L Strike with Kira, and that's just a 1-for-1 trade, and that's just one turn gone.
Yeah, and that's such a strong link to use on a single unit like that. While Jason got his full value from Kshatriya, taking out 2 units and a shield, PK only used his link to take out Kshatriya.
Pretty much, but you do what you gotta do. Potentially he can draw a bit better and manage to, swing the game back, but if he had let that Kshatriya live for any longer, he would have been in an almost unwinnable position. So respect the dedication to recognize that potentially he needed to take a bit of a lesser value trade now than to ultimately lose the game.
And Jason is keeping up with the tempo, and PK responds with the Justice Gundam. Justice Gundam being one of the best single tempo cards to be played. 1 card for 2 bodies.
That's true, and 1 card for 7/7 in stats as well. Important to note also.
Yes, 5 mana, 5 resources for a 7/7 stat is quite a lot, and he just passes turn back to Jason. I don't know how long that Fatum 00 token will live.
Yeah, and maybe PK is currently regretting his choices earlier about using the Atherin on the Lifrith, as Atherin does link with the Justice Gundam, and when the Justice Gundam swings, it does let the A Fatum token that was deployed to be able to swing as well. So you sort of almost get like a double link from that effect. And it also, Atherin's effect also lets it hit active units that I believe are level 5 or lower as well, which could be really important and can actually deal with the Kshatriya on the other side and prevent any sort of ping and further ping effects coming out from it.
Despite the Justice coming down, I still think Jason is in a favorable position, having 2 units on board, and now he sees the Kshatriya, the Marina Kshatriya link again, being able to get rid of the Fatum token and still keeping up with the threat in life.
And we do see a burst of Rao come out for PK, really save him in the future. For those who don't know, Rao is able to link with Providence Gundam, and that is also a very strong ping.
And Jason keeps up the pressure in the shields. PK seems to have opted for the Providence red-white package. That means the value generation comes from Providence himself as well as the Justice Gundam. But PK is having quite the difficulty keeping them on the board.
Yeah, but one thing to note is PK might just be, using his life as a resource, because as we know with Rao, he is able to recycle back a base. So potentially he's just waiting until the last minute to keep recycling bases back and essentially gaining extra lives.
Yeah, and we see the G-Cost come down, equalizing the board again. Now PK, for the first time in the game, is finally ahead on the board.
Good to see. It's only taken 1 EX space and 3 lives to do so, but we got there in the end. He's also not burned his EX resources as well, I think. And
we get a response G-Cox
as well. Yeah, one thing to note, G-Cox with the suppression does not go through bases. So because PK now has an unprotected shield area, if Jason swings G-Quax into the shields, he is essentially taking out 2 lives. But we do see the
Jachin do
come down. Yeah.
And that after that base hits the grave, PK's engine is going. If he sees Providence, that is quite a bit of value, a lot of value for red.
Exactly. Yeah. Just imagine putting just a new life bond each time round. Although he can't do it obviously each turn, he needs to see Rao and be able to link it to actually activate the effect, but it is quite strong.
Yeah, and the Jachin do is preventing the suppression from going off from Jason's side. PK is still behind.
Yeah, and as we see PK count trash is recognized now, potentially the Banshee mode could come down any time. I don't believe we're seeing enough cards in trash though for the effect to go off, so PK still has a bit of time, but definitely recognizes he's on a timer.
Now PK plays down two Rick Diaz's to try and get a wider board to protect himself, both protect himself and threaten the shield. Now we know that the suppression and the potential links, Justice Atherin link, the Providence link, potentially the Nyan link if PK is playing it, is capable of taking down multiple shields at a time. So if PK establishes a wide board, Jason is not safe.
Yeah, exactly. And noting that Jason obviously is playing the blue, does have the armor as an option as a pilot. We see the 2 improved.
So strong. So strong. The double Rick Diaz's get answered by 2 improved techniques.
As we see a swing into base, and there be a unit coming down along with.
I don't think there's that many units in the red-blue that cost 3 mana.
And we see the pass come down. Also to note, because we've now seen 2 improved techniques in trash, improved technique can now target a unit of any level, which means that the G-Quax, which has already taken 3 damage and is now on 2 HP, is no longer safe.
And Jason did leave 3 resources up, so if he has an improved technique, it could come down any time.
Exactly.
So we see Jason being a full life while pressuring PK. I don't think red-white is a great comeback deck. I believe it's more of a defensive tempo deck.
Yeah, I think the strength really comes from being able to play things on curve and then being able to link the Atherin with any of the units. Important to note, depending on the version that PK is playing, you've got the AEST Gundam MA mode, which inherently has Breach, and with Atherin's effect of being able to swing into an active unit, it really prevents any sort of setup game coming out from your opponent. But because we didn't really see that happening early on, PK being really behind on board, yeah, I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to figure out how to actually come back from this position.
I do think that PK does have a chance to come back if he plays Justice after Justice, Atherin Link after Atherin Link. That's the only way for him to come back in the current board state. Unless he sets up 2 Providence as well, that's also an option. Now PK really deliberating, as this is quite an important turn. If he's slow again this turn in development of his board, I don't think there is recovery.
Yeah, potentially he's also mapping out his future turns as well. You know, a lot of these red-white players, especially who play the Rao, do like to think about, you know, how much shield they would actually like to bleed before they start doing things. But since Rao is sort of like known information that it's come down, ooh,
Oh,
see the
so
battle ace
strong.
so strong, being able to deal 3 damage to a damaged enemy unit, basically just mitigating the swing. Jason seemed to have almost baited PK into going for that swing, because by leaving the resources up, you're really sort of like faking out the opponent into thinking, does my opponent have the pings or doesn't have the pings? And we see just a sword strike coming out from PK's side in the pass.
And Jason, his hand is still looking decently healthy despite putting up so much pressure.
Looks to be around like 4 cards in hand, which is, you know, that's actually quite a bit for this stage in the game. Let's see how...
Let's say Jason can't go for a push. He can just chill and let his shield do the work to regain the card advantage. But
pretty much, yeah.
PK, how is he going to come back without the Justices, without the Providences? I don't think PK has played his top end other than 1 Justice right now.
Yeah, and we did see like the 1 G-Clocks, which could be considered top end, but just got like mitigated like that. No real value coming out from it apart from the ping 3 unit. And do we maybe see a link? There seems to be a few cards lined up together. No, Jason opting to maybe hold it for a final push in case he needs it. I would say Jason at this point is not in a rush to do anything. If he just plays the value game, eventually he will outvalue his opponent, given the discrepancy in lives.
Mm-hmm. Jason doesn't need to do anything drastic right now. He just needs to make his board wide. There is no... Oh, and he plays an Armor. That's an interesting play.
Choice. Yeah, and he goes for the swing. Oh, looks like he has the ping. Yeah, not sure if that's achieving the most that he wants.
Armor is for...
I think because he puts the J-Clocks now at 6 HP, potentially realizing that if any pings come down from PK's side, he could at least dodge it. But yeah, not too familiar with that line of play.
Yeah, I don't think it makes too big of a difference, as the Sword Strike still gets to swing into the G-Clocks. I guess Jason did leave some resources up, so he can play the other... Oh, okay. So Rao is a 2-1, so now that a Sword Strike is a 6-3, and it gets meet with a so strong. The battle of aces keep coming down.
Yeah, I think Jason's just got too many brain cells, and like we're just not seeing these lines of play. Potentially he's put the armor on there
for the bait,
putting it at 6 HP, maybe trying to bait the pilot to come down from PK's side and then still be able to deal with it with the battle of aces.
And wow, and Jason, got
there in the end, but yeah. Wow, that's honestly, that is so strong.
That's so strong. Jason having all the answers to whatever PK brought out. Having the improved techniques for the Rick Diaz's, the battle of aces when anything is 3 HP and taking 1 damage.
Exactly. It looks like PK on the other side looked almost like shocked as to the series of events that just happened. Honestly, if I was
PK, I'll feel the same thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any idea what just happened to me, but definitely a masterclass coming out from Jason's side. Not sure if that armor was a bait, but if it was, that
is a play and a half. Someone should clip that if that was intentional.
We're gonna have to find him after this game and then definitely check in with him to see if that was intentional.
Do you think the match result was as expected? Did you think Red-White had any chance of beating Red-Blue Tiger?
Look, I think if early on, maybe because we don't have access to the deck list, I can't say for sure what PK is running. Potentially, this was the game plan all along to just run a bunch of like top end. But I think if he played a more tempo-oriented version early on and had managed to take a few more shields, um, it would have put Jason in a position where he had to use his sort of like pings early and maybe not be able to like do what he's done this time around in the late game where as soon as PK is going for a swing, we'll just ping off like a big unit because ultimately as the game progresses you're paying more and more resources and more things. Being able to be countered by two resource card or a three resource card is not really ideal.
Yeah, and Jason put up too much pressure in the beginning. And I'd just like to note that there's no blue purple. There's not that many blue purple. Only has one blue purple in the 4 players that we have featured, showing that what a diverse format it still is. People complaining, oh, there's too many blue purples. There's too many blue purples. We just had a tiny interruption to the stream.
Yeah. Fellow
Yeah,
Sydney local,
yeah.
saying hello to the lads.
Yeah. There's too many blue purples in Sydney, where I would say best city in the world. We
I
have
agree.
quite the diverse format, and we have quite the diverse pool of players with quite a bit of skill.
Yeah, I think even in locals that you see, we do have quite a few new players like joining here and there, and obviously through net decking they'll realize that blue purple is like the strongest deck out there, and that's the deck they really want to build. But through playing the game for a few times, experiencing the culture at locals, eventually most people kind of like go off the deck and play something that they actually like and potentially believe in.
It's not just that. Oh yeah, blue purple, so strong, so strong. No, I think because of the Sydney crowd hating blue purple, we do. I'll say out of 16 players, 14 of them will be playing anti-aggro.
That is true. Yeah, no one wants to be sacked by a random deck, and hence everyone's going for because I'm a better player, I think I can pilot this deck more, and win because of that. And I do respect that mindset where you're not playing because you think you're lucky, you're really playing because you think you're the best player out there.
Yeah, so we do see a lot of online complaints being, oh yeah, Gundam's a luck game. There's a lot of skill involved. Every TCG has a luck element, and I think that's something we have to live with.
Yeah, exactly. I think, let's say we just saw a real life example where, we just put the armor onto the G-Quox and, that's not a conventional line of play, but potentially, like, that was an expression of skill where, Jason recognized his opponent will play a certain way and hence has now done that line of play.
Yeah, so there's so many lines of plays. There's so many things so many little things that go into the variances that makes this is what makes the Gundam card game great. And
agree.
it's we will take a short intermission, and we will see you guys in round 3.
See you soon.
So we our round 3 pairings just came up. We're just going to talk a little bit about last match because we did have a speak with Jason, and it turns out the armor on the G-Corps was indeed a big brain play. He thought that, oh, if I armor the thing, he's going to swing into it, and then he pings one on the gun tank. It baits the pilot on the sword strike, so that PK had to waste one more card out of his limited hand already to try and out the G-Corps. What a big brain play.
Yeah, I think because Jason recognizing that his opponent was playing red, there was a high chance that a ping could have come down from somewhere to ping the G-Quarks, and then the sword striking and swing into a freebie. Whereas if you put at 6 HP, it'll need a bit more to out it. And I think especially at that point in the game where both players are a bit low on resources, using the one card to try and get value would be okay if the swing had actually gone through, but because Jason had planned things out altogether, recognizing that, if PK tried to swing, I'm just on the battle of aces it, really shows that, these players are thinking multiple turns ahead and thinking about all scenarios that could possibly happen.
Yeah, and with the current feature matches, I think the Corsica limit actually made a huge change. Don't you think, Tiger?
Yeah, I do think that because we're, speaking to players and, it seems we're hearing more players saying that they are able to beat blue-purple for once in the game's history. So I would say that this is a healthy change for everything. And yeah, because now we actually see there's multiple representation of different colors, which I think is really good for the health of this game overall.
Yes, I definitely think so. I think the Corsica change, although everyone was complaining about, oh yeah, maybe it didn't make too big of a change. I think Bandai is just conservative in making drastic changes instead of completely outright banning a card. I think they did a good job. They really recognized the problem. I know a lot of people call for Adapt to be hit. I also think so, but I don't think it should take away from Blue Purple's power. There's always going to be a tier 1 deck, and it's just a matter of which it is.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't just have a deck, like a game where no deck is, no cards are
Attention, you recommend playing around here.
Anything at the end of the day, and people want to play cards that look strong.
And we're going to cut straight to the players. Now we have Jack versus Daniel, and the timer has started. So let's get right into the games.
Both players I'm not personally familiar with.
Jack Daniels.
Jack, yep. I think we should have them change seats, to be honest, and
And I think Jack does have the full IBO setup with the Barbatos as his EX base, as well as the Kudelia EX resource.
Yeah, and we see Daniel coming out with the seed side of things. You've got it's the Strike Gundam base, and you got Lacus as the resource as well.
Would that reflect in their deck choices, Tiger?
Potentially. I would say both decks are at the position where they can be played to a really strong high level. IBO, obviously, we don't need to talk about it. That is the core of the blue-purple deck. Whereas, potentially, depending on what Daniel's playing, it could be really strong as well. But we'll wait and see, I guess.
Yeah, I really wish we got a sneak peek at what the players are playing right now.
That's true, as we see them go into the dice roll, 10 strong roll into the 4. See what Daniel opts to go second. Looking to maybe be playing a bit more of a control-y type of deck. Could just be wing, to be honest, and
could just be wing.
All the resources and stuff just a bit. And I believe I see
is that
the hero.
Purple? Oh no, it is wing.
It is wing. Yeah, I think you see the hero there, and you see a strike. So
he gave first to a 1-year war player. Jack is on the 1-year war.
It'll be interesting to see how that turns out. I mean, both players basically getting what they want to play. Depending on how Daniel's goes deck, second is typically how Wing will like to go. But
bits of sportsmanship coming out. Always love to see it.
We like to see the players, being friendly with each other. Because at the end of the day, we're all playing to have fun, trying to have the best experience for each other as well. And then we do see the PB01 resource come out from Daniel. He's got the full package going on. Daniel is dripped out, and we do see a pass coming out. Does Jack have 2 weenies?
And he does.
The strongest start possible.
So strong.
It was so strong.
The Zaku Zaku. Zaku
double
to you too,
Zaku
my brother.
to you, brother.
Mhm.
Important to know, obviously, with the Zaku, it gets 2 AP on swing, so it can actually deal with the EX space. And we do see the Rick Diaz come out from Daniel, mitigating hopefully one of the swings.
Now the age-long question of if Zaku 2, the base breaking one, swings into your shield, do you block with the Rick Diaz?
That's an interesting question. I would say no, you probably don't want to block because depending on how things go, we get the link.
The link, the Char link.
Char,
I
the
think
ball players.
Jack is going ham right now.
Yeah, and we see the one block come out.
And I think the block is safe here.
Yeah,
because there's no more resources for the gun tank.
Exactly. I would have gone for that block as well. I maybe wouldn't have gone for that swing with the other Zaku. I probably would have swung the Zaku 2 first just to see what happens. But maybe Jack recognizing that he would rather have, you know, a guaranteed swing with the Zaku 2 that gains the AP, be the line of play.
Now Daniel is quite behind and he plays the wing third mode, which doesn't help against the aggro.
Yeah, for 3 resources to get a 2-2 on the board and an EX resource, I personally just don't see the value. But
Big fan of the card, huh, Tiger?
not a big fan of the card, unfortunately. But we do see maybe Daniel has the wing 0 in hand, and potentially that is what he is ramping up to try and do, recognizing that as long as if I'm able to drop this as soon as possible, the game is mine.
Daniel is at level 5 and will be level 6 next turn. And he hits a piece million! Oh my
piece
god!
million that really stops Jack in his tracks. Usually the 6 HP base, it's going to take multiple swings from a 1-year war deck to get through it, unless he's got the armor or Gundam in hand, which...
Well, we do see a Char in Jack's hand, where the Char does get the +1 AP. Or what?
Oh, playing...
It cannot ping anything standing. Gun tank can only ping a rested unit. And Jack goes wide.
Wide with his cards, yeah. We'll see what happens.
Would you say Daniel's in a good position now? He is level 6 with the 6 HP base up.
I would say Daniel is in a very good position, depending... We kind of maybe have to see the cards in hand to really understand where we're at. But considering that Jack has just gone wide with basically cards that don't do too much, apart from swinging the shield, against the 6 HP base, I would say it's starting to not look too good.
Daniel uses 4 to get the Wing Gundam out and the Hero Link.
Hero Link, and important to know also, obviously, as we said earlier, Wing Gundam can actually hit into standing units, and with the
target will probably be the Zaku 2.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, because the Zaku 2 is able to put the most amount of damage into the base, and see standard lines of playing going on, so the Wing Gundam will trade into the Zaku 2 and live on 1 HP. And quite unfortunate that Jack had spent 1 resource playing the gun tank out the previous round. If he doesn't have another one in hand, that Wing Gundam is potentially swinging into another low HP unit.
The bird mode really putting in work, allowing the structure deck Wing Gundam to come out just the turn earlier to swing things back to Daniel's favor.
Yeah, I'll say the bird mode really making me eat my words, being a really good card in this situation, allowing, yeah, as you said, the Wing Gundam to come out earlier, and being potentially able to trade 2 units, so getting a 2-for-1 and facilitating extra plays.
Now, I thought Jack had the game on turbo mode when he linked the Char, but Daniel's responding quite well. But you don't see that, you only saw 1 blocker come down, but the Wing Link is already out on turn 5.
Yeah, I think it's technically turn 5 because we got the extra EX resource earlier. Yeah, no, Jack's play started off really strong. I don't think there were any lines of plays that could be stronger for that deck he's playing. But his turn 4, unfortunately, was on the weaker side. And now it's basically given Daniel an opportunity to claw the game back, which we're seeing him do slowly. And the burst on the base as well for the piece million definitely didn't help.
Yes, the burst on the piece million, the 6 HP base to all the low AP weenies, so you say, cannot deal with 6 HP bases. It really shows that 6 HP bases are the solution. Yeah,
potentially. Obviously, we know that Jack could potentially high roll and play an armor or Gundam just to clear that. And I mean, the cherry on top of the burst is that, you know, being a level 6 base, if he had to play that, he would have to have played it like last turn, or like not even this, or this coming turn now.
And he'll use all his bloody EX resources.
Yeah, exactly. But getting off the burst allows for the Wing Gundam to also get the heals as well.
I'm seeing all these white cards in Daniel's hands that I think Daniel is going to build a Great Wall in front of Jack, and Jack cannot do much about it.
Yeah, it really depends on what Jack's hand is, although considering he dropped 3 cards on turn 4, I can't imagine he's got a very healthy hand size, whereas Daniel's really considering all his options, trying to play everything optimally. Yeah. And we see the Wing Gundam opting to swing into the Tall Geese, as that card represents the most damage possible.
And the Peace Million will heal right back up.
Yep, heal it right back to 3, and with the breach as well.
Oh, there's so much tempo.
Yeah, Daniel's just eating good with this combo going on right now. It's so strong.
So strong
So
indeed.
strong.
And let's see what Daniel does in his turn. He's going to overflow and try and dig deeper. We do see a perfect strike as well as a Lifrith picked up.
Looks like there's 3 blockers and I think a Hawk of Endymion as well, potentially.
Daniel's got too many blockers in hands that he doesn't really care about throwing them away.
Yeah, just a casual striker pack into the garbage. Play some better cards.
Oh, Because you're not a big fan of bird mode, Tiger. Look at how much value the bird mode has gotten.
Yeah,
Oh!
I'll say, but maybe bird mode's time has come to an end as we see the Shah Aznable come from burst.
Why didn't Daniel trade?
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain, but maybe he wants to get this game done as soon as possible. We do see Daniel does have not the highest amount of life. He's maybe scared of an Armor Gundam Link that could potentially just run through his life quite quickly. Important to know with 1 Year War, they're never out of the picture until you take their last life. So I believe by playing around the Armor Gundam Link by placing 2 blockers and swinging into shields as well, trying to end the game as soon as you can.
And another Charling coming out from Jack with the high maneuver with the Armoro. You are right, Tiger. You can never count the 1 Year War player out.
Yeah, exactly. And as we see, yeah, they just keep doing things like this where they will put a high maneuver unit on where, your blockers can't do anything. And because white-green typically don't play any commands that deal damage, as those are typically locked in red, there's no really answer apart from negating AP on Daniel's side that can really out a unit.
And Jack is really trying to go balls to the walls to try and get rid of Daniel's shields. Daniel only remaining in 2 shields, but Jack still needs a wider board. And Corsica! It's limited to 2, isn't it, Tiger?
Yeah, it's limited to this. Jack has seen all the Corsica bases in his deck. Now, this is what I'm talking about with the 1 Year War not being completely out of the picture, because now Jack has built a really strong board where if Daniel doesn't deal with it this turn, he will just most likely take game the next turn. But therefore, because Daniel needs to deal with the board, he isn't actually able to win the game as well. So it's this constant ebb and flow of trades and people almost about to win.
Daniel did have the perfect strike in hand for the Corsica, which is a free L strike without a pilot in the situation.
Pretty much. Very strong in this situation.
So strong.
So
Perfect
strong.
strike. So strong.
As well as representing a blocker. So you're getting rid of a unit and you're most likely blocking a unit as well, which is 2 swings mitigated with 1 card.
And the Wing Gundam will trade off into the Zaku 2 with the Charlink. And the Zaku 2 will trigger
That's true. We'll
for the
see
top
this
3. And we see a Gelgoog. He's
See
still playing
Gelgoog,
Gelgoog.
Another Shah as well as the token Zaku, I believe, as well.
If Jack has another pilot in hand, he will take the token Zaku, and it is the stickier unit.
That
But
is true.
Gelgoog is able to do that last bit of damage.
Yeah, and we see the Gelgoog being the
Choice.
unit of choice. Potentially, Jack has a small Zaku unit, a weenie in hand that isn't really achieving much at the late game, and is opting to use that as a discard to recycle the Shah back onto the pilot for that additional swing.
Jack seeing a little bit of comfort finding that Gelgoog, but little does he know Daniel still hasn't played any cards yet.
That's true. A big thing that I learned, especially when first starting to play, is you always want to do your attacks first and then play the cards, because that way you keep your opponent on their toes. In this matchup, I see there's not a lot of like command heavy plays, but in other matchups, definitely you want to play as optimally as possible.
And we see the perfect strike finally come down. Daniel remaining on 4 resources and a handful of white units. I do think Daniel is in the commanding position. So commanding that he's going to try and go for game.
Oh, and we see the armorer come in as well.
Daniel's getting too greedy here.
Yeah, you can see in his face that he was definitely not happy about seeing that. And now recognizing because we've already got a burst pilot, he just needs to go hard and swing all blockers and play as many white units as possible, which he is.
Yeah, Daniel
doing.
did do the math that even if Jack double links, he does not take the game.
That is true, but important to note, potentially at this current time, with Gundam being 3 AP, it's almost impossible to link 3 times in a turn, but potentially if Jack is running a gun cannon from GD01, there is a small possibility that we might get extra links.
Yeah, and I do think this, what Daniel did spells the end for Jack, as Jack, even if he has the perfect hand, which is Gundam Armoro,
yeah, it's not gonna do enough, and we see him swing the one Leo token shields, which really indicates that to Daniel that there's not going to be too much going on in this turn, as it just seems to be desperation play after desperation play.
and the Gelgu does come out pitching the token Zaku to get the char back in. Even if there's a double high maneuver link, I think it's over for Jack, unfortunately.
Yeah, looks to be the end of the line for 1 year war. No armor Gundams early, what can we say?
Yeah, and Daniel just built a wall right in front of Jack.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's important to note that it doesn't look like all the blockers came out early. At the start, it really looked like Daniel was going to be in quite the rough spot. We saw
Until that burst.
Exactly, until the burst piece million. Seems that burst piece million is really the way to go in these decks. As we saw, I believe in game 1, again bursting the piece million was the game difference.
Yeah, and now the Gelgu goes into shield and hits a Chang Wu Fei.
Daniel's eating good on the bursts as well.
Daniel's shields are so strong.
So strong. As we see the Rigdom come out with the breach and a pass turn, and
Even if Jack breaches another base, I think
Yeah.
it might be over.
yeah, just because there's going to be so many swings, and yeah, we do see the burst come out, and I think the shield come out, and there was a gun tank, and now that's GG Cord.
That's
The
GG.
players.
Congratulations to Daniel for taking round 3. Now we see the classical matchup of Wing versus 1 Year War.
Yeah, it's really a bit of a throwback matchup. Obviously, with improved cards such as the Peace Minute coming out from GDO3, albeit not changing. Or actually, now that we've seen it twice,
Yep.
it seems to have actually changed a lot with the heals coming out early, and really the Baby Wing Gundam being able to benefit from that effect.
Yeah, it makes the structure deck Wing, which I believe is the strongest card in the game, that much better. And we've been seeing a lot of success of Wing in the feature matches, and it is crazy. It is crazy how the GDO1 deck is still surviving till now.
Yeah, and I think especially with both players, Wing players, this tournament currently being able to see the level 6 Wing Gundam, and that being able to trade into a Weenie is really important. And the cherry on top is obviously because both opponents were playing such low AP units, the swings were basically free because you would swing and then the heal will be enough to put it back to 4 HP, and it's almost impossible for one of these decks to deal with a 7 HP constant unit that
breaches as well.
That breaches as well. Really, that card really just does everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, Bandai just say, you know what, we're gonna give that card everything.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm just happy that it's limited to green. Imagine if that card was in purple or blue.
I mean, if if it could be a white card, we could play it in blue-white as blue-white advocates ourselves. We wished every color wish it had a structure deck Wing.
That's true. But I guess we can't be too greedy because every color wishes they had a Show of Resolve.
Yes, that is true. Show of Resolve. I don't think we've seen a Show of Resolve come out yet in the stream match, have we?
No, actually we haven't. I guess with the matchups going on, a lot of them are playing against colors that wouldn't be able to be overlapped with blue. I think, although the blue purple players and the blue green players normally they don't play that many copies, as their aim of their game is to just really go as fast as possible. And show resolve doesn't,
slow.
doesn't swing into shields, doesn't deal with any bases or any units. It just lets you draw 2 cards, which is strong in itself, but you do lose tempo from playing.
That is quite the difference from the national results, as we've seen in the national show resolve being a key card in everyone's victories.
That's true. Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how, as we said earlier, that not having the 2 Corsicas, not being able to play 4 Corsicas didn't seem that big of a change at first, but it really has allowed for these,
Slower decks.
lower decks, more, I guess, late game oriented, tempo oriented decks to really shine. And yeah, good job, Bandai, for recognizing.
Yes, shout out to Banner again, and thank you guys. We please stay tuned, and we'll see you guys in round 4. And welcome back, players. We'd just like to, before round 4 starts, I would just like to chat a little bit about the burst mechanic that has been plaguing the meta right now.
Yeah, we see the players slowly starting to get ready overtime and ending soon. But yeah, just looking at the previous games, seen a few times where the bursts that have come out have really been the key factor as to determining win or loss. The most recent game with the Wing
Beat Million.
versus 1 Year War, just being so impressive and being able to first of all being a 6 HP base as well, almost impossible for 1 Year War to not break it using one swing unless they have
Attention, it's the end of overtime. In the
but also the healing effect is very on top as well.
Thank you.
Maybe not the main deciding factor. And also the pilot burst as well that we do see from the other side, with the Shah and the Armorer being part of the burst. Those could be really big game deciders as well. And I think if we look at historical Bandai games, we do see that the burst mechanic seems to be something new that they've implemented.
Yeah, so in One Piece, it goes straight to the hand, and in Digimon, there is a security burst, similar to Gundam's mechanic. And really, there's a lot of decks in those games that orientate the whole deck around the burst mechanic.
It's definitely interesting to see that with Gundam at least. Not all the lives have bursts, only those that specifically say that. And I think one thing to note right now as well is burst is actually not a mandatory effect, so you don't have to activate it if you choose not to.
Yeah, there are several games in Nationals that the players could have won if they just chose not to use the burst effect.
I think, almost 99% of the times in current day Gundam, you'd want to activate the burst effect. Although I am interested to see where Bandai takes that maybe to a new level, where potentially you'll get cards and game states where activating burst isn't as effective or is actually detrimental at the time. And I do think that would add another new level of skill expression to the game.
If we start seeing the base Kusanagi, which the white base 0-4 that returns a unit with 3 or less HP back to base, maybe we'll see more of that choice comes through.
That is true, because from what I can think at least, if your opponent, let's say the game beforehand had a linked Zaku with Shah at 3 HP. If you opt to activate the burst and bounce that back to hand, then they on the next turn could swing with you with another high maneuver attack just like that.
Or bursting into breaching the wing, structure deck wing, breaching into a Kusanagi just for you to bounce it back because it's mandatory, and then you full heal the wing.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely not ideal, but fortunately, those situations have not come up where players have, opted to, have to decide whether they want the burst mechanic.
Yeah, talking about the national as well, we're not seeing a lot of the very impactful links come down, like Armorer Gundam as well as El Kira. The El Kira and the Armorer Gundam. Have we even seen an Armorer Gundam on stream yet?
Yeah, I don't believe. I honestly think we just saw one armor being played in game 2, and that's sort of been it for the whole day. I mean, both with the players in all games were playing blue, so you should have at least seen probably one armor Gundam come down by now. But
shuffling is a skill, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and the L Strike Gundam with the Kira Yamato that dominated the national format there's nowhere to be seen. There's no impactful link plays coming out. The only one that we've seen was to our Kshatriya that's already killed 2 units.
Yeah, exactly. And with that round, they weren't even utilizing the bounce effect of the L Strike Gundam. And I think we do see the players heading onto stage now, getting their decks ready.
And we have a Sydney local, Jayha versus Nobby. Yeah. Jayha being on the O, I believe.
Yeah, playing the classic blue-white the O, Mr. Inferno Piggy, shout out to him.
He has been a fan of the O since the start of the format.
Yeah, I think he's really inspired by the decks that you've been playing, and has really stuck to those roots as well, not shifting away from blue-white since, I believe, GDO1.
Yeah, good luck to both players as the timer has started And the dice roll will begin.
Yeah, well, enough glazing on Jha. We do also have Nobby on the other side, who I personally I don't think I've met before, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of matchups we have going on.
I believe that Nobby has a really cool art sleeve.
Yeah, is that the Zeta?
Is that the Zeta or is that the Striker? Well, we don't know, but those
yeah.
are very cool sleeve. And we see, I think it's the O mirror.
Oh wow, so cruisy game that we've got going on.
And Jha has decided to snap keep his hand. That means his hand might be pretty good.
I think if he is playing the O, it's really important to kind of like know what hand to keep, because a lot of times I believe like the O players do.
We do see an Armora Gundam.
So that's probably the explanation for the snap keep. He's realized that he's such a strong hand. But I was gonna say that sometimes with the O decks, if you don't see your pieces, such as the O and Paptimus, you're really kind of stuck there. And if your opponent sees that before you, or is able to deal with your board before you're able to get that off, you know, it is quite detrimental there.
Yes, and Jha did get forced to go first, and I do think going second is favored in the mirror, as you are able to get to your Masala quicker, your other blockers, as well as your O.
That is true. It's important to note that most of the Jupiterus units are 2 resources underneath their level, which means you don't actually lose the EX resource if you try to link going second.
Yeah, all the Jupiter's units, they're quite cheap. For example, the one that was just played is level 4 and 2 cost.
Exactly, and for a 3-3 as well, it's decently statted.
The Jha, beginning with the Kusanagi to try and slow down the tempo that's coming out from Nobby while developing his own board. And we do see 2 Amuras in Nobby's side, as well as Amura Gundam in Jha's hands.
Yeah, and we do see the alt art L Strike Gundam. That could really be a game changer in this matchup. Hopefully we get to see.
And we see a 3rd Armoro coming into Nobby's hand. Will he keep all the Armoros?
Wow, this honestly, I think this is now an expression of skill. Being disciplined enough to just chuck away the Armoro, which is not a pilot that you would ever normally do so. Just because of how oppressively strong it has been in current format and in past formats.
And now Nobby is given the chance to do a Pap Link. Will he choose to do it to get that 5/5 repair 2 unit?
So I think he's opting to hold on to it for a bit longer. It is one of the 2 crucial pieces that's sort of like needed for the O to really go off. So recognizing that he's not in any immediate danger, doesn't need to link for, you know, a small impact play, and hence is opting not to do so.
Jha does have a El Kira as well as a Mura Gundam in hand. He can play pretty quick on curve, but both players are opting to feel each other out. You know, get a feeling of how the game state is going, and we see Nobby being the first to get access to the O.
Yeah, and it's important to know he's got the Masala in hand as well, so this could really be the start of something if he decides to pull the trigger and drop the Masala now.
And I think it's getting to the break point of the stalemate as we approach the turn where they can drop Masala and the O-Link the next turn.
Yeah. I wonder if Nobby is thinking, now that I've got all my pieces in hand on the curve, should I be the first player to play this? Or maybe I should wait until my opponent plays it and then I will play my combo afterwards.
Yes, there's always the thought of, do I make the first move? In a blue-white matchup, it's very difficult to be the first one to swing. However, the O, being a setup deck of its own, is quite strong in that regard that it doesn't really matter whether you swing first as long as you get the setup.
That is true, and we see
the first armor come down.
First armor being come down onto the Jupiterus unit, and that actually does give it repair 2, and he's opting to rest the L Strike, and
goes for a 2-for-1 trade.
This is a
5-4 into a 4.
So this is
now
an
Jha does have unforeseen incident, but opts not to use it. Takes the good trade.
Yeah, recognizing he doesn't need to squeeze any extra value out, so just letting it go. Potentially has drawn into another L Strike for the Kira and already.
Now, I do believe that Jeha is looking to set up his own Masala soon, but it is in danger of getting hit by the O-Link here.
Yeah, as we see the Masala come down and just passing towards Nobby's side. Now, I do believe it is quite rare for the O to play everything exactly on curve. I would say Nobby's turns have gotten quite smooth as he draws into, I believe, another Masala there.
Yeah, and he does have the very strong play in AO Armoro. Being able to bounce one unit and rest one unit, putting him super ahead on the board here.
Many lines of play possible. I think sometimes when you're playing blue-white, when you're eating a bit too good, you can get a bit bloated and not know exactly which line to play. There's too much thought involved. And, you know, or whilst it's quite early on into the tournament, both players have played 3 games, and given the deck is quite advanced to play, both players might be quite tired in terms of their thinking.
Yeah, we did have to get up quite early in the morning. And hopefully that has not affected the players. Nobby has so many choices to make here, and he opts to play the O and the Pap Link.
Yep, just going for it, play my combo as early as possible, hoping my opponent doesn't have anything. Is able to get the draw. And let's see if he actually goes for any sort of swings. And
he's
opting
going
to
for the
burn EX
super
resource,
board play.
being able to rest something to start off with. Wonder what he chooses. I think if I was him,
And he chooses to rest the Masala.
yeah.
But then the Masala will have to trade into the Masala in order to get another rest.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that one was the best option there.
Jeha does have the unforeseen incident ready.
Yeah.
And Nobby has used his O-Link to no avail, I'd say.
Yeah, potentially he could swing the Masala now, but I think maybe what Nobby was going for was recognizing that Masala is a crucial part, a crucial part of Jeha's strategy, and he needs to oust it as soon as possible, even if it means taking a less advantageous trade.
And Nobby decides not to attack at all to out Jeha's build. I'm pretty sure it's because he is afraid of a retaliation link coming out of Jeha. Now Jeha is in a precarious situation as he is unable to set up in the face of another of a already set up O and Masala.
Yeah, looking at his hand, he does have portions of the combo.
But we don't see the O.
Yeah, which is arguably the most important part.
Is the Amuro Gundam going to come down and try and get rid of the Masala?
I think it'll be really hard for Jeha to really make some sort of like majorly impactful plays. Amuro Gundam does look to be the strongest play possible looking at his hand now, but I think he is contemplating it because he does recognize that it is quite low impact for what it is, and it doesn't actually deal with the problem of the linked O, which
it's
really,
a 7 HP. It's very
exactly.
hard to out.
And if he does go for it, and which it looks like he is, if Nobby just drops another Masala as well, it's almost as if nothing's changed.
I think Jeha is has to try and bait Nobby into swinging into his units, so he should go for a wider board here to try and make Nobby turn his unit sideways, as there's nothing that can turn the O sideways from Jeha's hand.
That is true, that is true. I think historically, most of these players, given that blue-purple has been so rampant in the past, have maybe not opted to play the Unicorn Gundam Full Armor Destroy mode, which is a level 8 unit with Repair 3 as well. And it's important to know why that's played in the O deck is it actually allows the unit actually is able to rest the O on the opponent's side if they've got the combo set up.
And Jeha opts to put the Kira under the Gundam to try and preserve the health of the Gundam with that unforeseen in hand to really try and bait Nobby into turning his unit sideways. But Nobby, having the option to just chill out and just play more Masalas, because we do see that unicorn, the big level 8 unicorn in hand to be able to rest anything other than a She Gundam currently.
Yes, yes. And as you see, yeah, the second Masala is played, and I think Nobby, both players I would say, look very disciplined in their lines of play. They do understand that And I do believe both players are quite experienced, judging from the fact that, you know, they're not making any frantic lines of play, trying to out one thing just like that.
And
Showing-
Nobby is quite committed to the deck, as you see all these alt arts on the field.
Exactly. It's definitely some very good looking cards. And
Now, Nobby is playing well, but he does not know that Jayha does not have access to the O yet. So he might be giving him a chance here to come back into the game.
yeah, I think Nobby may be particularly realizing that his opponent hasn't drawn into the crucial parts of the O deck, as most likely if he had them, they would have been played already.
As Jayha, a very good player from our locals, he is not overcommitting. Oh, he is committing now that he gets the double Armoro, the double Gundam pair. That means everything on his board is now +2 AP, so he can take great trades here.
Yeah, but we do see the unforeseen incident come out.
Bringing that down to 2 AP. It should take 2 damage.
Yeah, because it should have swung 5.
Yeah, and now Jayha is in a position to destroy a Masala while preventing them from blocking.
Yeah, it's important to note now that Lifrith is also on 4 AP, so blocking with the other Masala is no longer really an option.
And we do see a awakened potential in Nobby's hand. That is not a commonly played card, Tiger.
Yeah, that is not a commonly played card, and I believe it allows Nobby to bounce
A level 4 or lower.
level 4 lower, yeah.
And if there are 2 more copies of Awakened Potential, and now Nobby really tries to slow Jayha down in his board development. I believe that was
Not
really
sure
to
if
no
that's-
avail.
Yeah, not sure if that was the most impactful command we could have seen, as we see now Jayha just plays the unit back onto the board, so essentially Nobby's delayed 1 extra turn for his
O setup.
O setup. And also important to note that Jayha did not opt to swing with the Armor Gundam Link that turn, even though he had the ability to do so with 7 AP.
A masterclass action coming out from Jayha here, as I agree that the Armorer Gundams, the +1 AP is really allowing him to stay on the board without the O.
Yes, and now we see just an L strike being played from Nobby's side, so both players taking a very passive approach. No one's really willing to make the first move to turn their unit sideways. It's really interesting to see that whilst the O has been on the board for so long,
It has not turned sideways
it has
once.
not turned sideways, and Jayha has played this really well to prevent Nobby from actually being able to fully utilize the combo. And now we see the Masala being bounced back, and Gundam going for the swing into life.
As Jayha does have a developed board, and Nobby has no more repair units on the field.
Yeah, but Show Resolve could change that as we draw into L Strike and Rick Diaz.
And Nobby, I believe he's complaining about seeing no pilots right now.
Yeah, it is a bit of a desert going on in his hand with mainly units, although I would say the silver lining is
He saw 3 armorers
Yeah.
and a PAP.
at least you can play units, but you can't put a pilot on board. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, and now Nobby is given the option to just really try and extend his board out.
Yeah, I think there's not much to think about here. You try and go as wide as possible, and
To try and match the board of Jayha.
exactly, and take value blocks if you can.
I really think Jayha is playing this really, really well.
And we see a second Kusanagi come down to bounce a Rick Diaz to hand. And let's see how typically when players, go through these steps, they start to and we see
He hits a Kusanagi here.
burst own Rick Diaz back.
I don't think that's a detriment to Jayha. I don't think he has that many cards to play in his hand for this turn. I think he is happy to just keep 1 unit tapped at all times.
So he plays back the Rick Diaz and then plays another Lifrith on top. And wow, these 7 AP, 5 HP Gundams just taking shields 1 turn at a time.
And Nobby's still not seeing any other pilots.
Exactly. Still, unfortunately, just seeing big units But we do have a second repair unit coming down, which is the Unicorn Gundam Full Armor Destroy mode, my favorite card.
2 units coming down.
Units
Two
coming.
big repair units. Jaiha's board is now in jeopardy.
Yeah, exactly. And important to note that the Unicorn Gundam does have a repair 3 as well. So potentially he could use the Masala to rest something, and almost always will the Unicorn Gundam get a free trade onto something.
Yeah, Jaiha really not seeing the O's. It's really quite detrimental to his game plan, but he is playing very well. He is ahead in the shields. Let me do the shields real quick. And Nobby is still not seeing any pilots.
Yeah, but I think at this point, you know, you've got the setup almost done. But we'll see how Nobby plays this, but I think this could be some crucial turns coming out. Depending on how Nobby plays this, it could really be the decider or ender of this game.
But now, Nobby will opt to swing into the Gundam with the Unicorn, resting a Lifrith. Jaiha does have an unforeseen in hand. Now he's thinking whether he should play or not.
When he does play it, and does that stop? And so it stops the kill going through, so Gundam only takes 3 damage.
But he also opts to block with the Lifrith, with the L Strike Gundam to get rid of the big repair unit.
Wow, that was definitely a big swing coming out from Jaiha. That 1 card and 1 block, able to get rid of possibly the biggest unit in Nobby's deck.
Yeah, and Nobby not seeing a pilot really makes that unit that much weaker.
Yeah, exactly. Because typically, you'd put a pilot on there for it to gain more HP so that it's a bit more tough. 6 HP is something that can actually be dealt with quite easily, as we can see with the the L Strike block. And yeah, we did see Nobby shaking his head earlier, not very happy with what he's seeing, although it's always hard to play these matchups where do I play around the card my opponent has, or maybe do I put him on not having that card and just go for the gamble anyways?
I think Jaiha really needs to give his Gundam here, as there's no good blocks. But he is going to... Oh, he wants the O to go sideways.
That's true, yeah. Recognizing that now Masala has gone sideways, he can definitely use his Gundams to better ability. But I don't see any value, trades coming out from Jaiha's side if he was to try and swing back, because all of his Gundams, I believe, have damage on them, which means that even if he's trying to swing into the L strikes... Oh, there's no damage on them?
Yeah, because he blocked.
Oh, okay. No, I think maybe I'm looking at the leg thinking that it's a dice, but...
And the O finally went sideways, but Nobby is going to follow up with quite a few blockers to protect the O from going down.
Yeah, playing another Masala, this time the regular art one, so we do know that he's out of steam by playing regular art cards, unfortunately.
Yes, Nobby only playing all the O Arts Masalas and 1 ORO, decides to play a normal art this time.
Yeah. Oh, but Nart goes back to the old art by playing the L Strike.
It's quite the formidable board, and Jaiha is really behind because he just has not seen the O.
Yeah, maybe he draws into it now. Could see Sho, could see O. That will really open the game up for him. And
he needs an Armor or an El Kira here to really try and get rid of the O here.
Exactly. And let's see what happens here, because I think through playing the Kusanagis earlier, he's actually put himself down to 1 base and 4 shields. So realistically speaking, if he doesn't clear board and Nobby has a link, that could actually just be game if his bursts are bad.
Yeah, I do think just not seeing the O just put Jaiha so behind in card advantage that it doesn't really matter what he does, and this is what the O does. It chokes you out.
Exactly. Yeah, even through taking some maybe not optimal swings, Nobby has really clawed back in this game. We saw earlier potentially with the Armor and Gundam on Jaiha's side, that was really taking him somewhere.
And Nobby decides to play the Agama, and finally seeing his pilot of Pure Yamato.
Or that could be the difference maker, as it can bounce either the DS back or get rid of the launch strike, which he's opting to do.
And now Nobby is in a commanding position on the board as he starts swinging down all the units to be able to rest Jaiha's side. And now Jaiha is left with no board, no shields, and I think only 2 cards in hand. This is quite devastating for Jaiha.
This is quite brutal. Now let's see what Nobby opts to do. I don't think he's in a rush to do anything, so he is opting to go for the trades.
And we'll see the game.
Sorry, just a minor pause there. That's all good, back in action, and yes, we do see that Jaiha now has no units on his side, and Nobby has refreshed his board, so quite unfortunate for such a good Sydney player.
Yes, very unfortunate that Jaiha did not see any of the O's. I believe Nobby's seen all 4 of his missiles.
Yes, I think that is, at least, from what I was counting, at least he's seen at least 3, but I may have missed one.
Yeah, well,
but which is definitely more than what Jaiha has seen, unfortunately. So, as we see now, Nobby going for the swings to end the game, resting the blocker.
And it really doesn't matter what he chooses to rest. Unfortunately for Jaiha.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
You hate to see it. 3-0. That's the last 3 cards of the deck. You hate to see that.
4 of the O's in the last 10 cards in the deck. Oh, that is quite unfortunate for Jaiha. As we said before,
shuffling is a skill expression.
Shuffling is a skill, guys. Shuffling is a skill. That is quite unfortunate for Jaiha, and as he is a Sydney local favorite as well. He is a very good player, taking I believe he's won two new types and topped quite a few.
He's topped quite a few, yeah, definitely won a few as well. No hate obviously towards Nobby, but we hate to see a Sydney local be taken down. And in such an unfortunate fashion as well.
Yeah, it was quite the showing by Jaiha. No, like, he does complain that he doesn't see the O constantly, and I guess now we see it on stream and we have it on record.
Yeah, well, that was definitely a moment to witness. Well, I'm glad that they did show that at the end.
Yeah, and then give us something to talk about. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting a bit of secondhand pain.
Yeah, I'm definitely heart out towards Jaiha. If you see him around in Sydney, definitely let him know that, you know,
it wasn't him. It wasn't
him. He played that perfectly. That Bandai gods just decided that today was not going to be his day.
Yes, the Bandai big Gundams. What's the equivalent of the yellow mouse creature for Bandai?
Mouse creature?
Yeah, yellow mouse creature from Nintendo.
Oh.
Yeah, what's the equivalent in Bandai, would you say, Tiger?
I'm not too sure, actually.
Would you say it's the Unicorn Gundam back here?
Yeah.
Or would you say it's the Grandpa Gundam?
I'd have to go with my boy Unicorn. I am a big believer of Unicorn, even though as they release new cards, it doesn't look like it's getting any better and better, even with GDO4 coming out.
I mean, we just saw it in the feature match. It put in...
It put in somewhere. Yeah, to wait until level 8 and then be countered by basically 1 or 2 cards.
Yeah, I think it was quite unfortunate on Jaiha's side, and we hate to see it. But that's the game. Every card game has a little bit of variance, and it's quite unfortunate it turned out this way. Well played to both players, and we'll see you guys in round 5. And welcome back to round 5, Gundam players. This round, just before this round begins, we'd like to talk a little bit about the variance of the game.
Yeah, as we just saw earlier, when Jayha flipped over his deck and saw 3 of the O's at the very bottom. We did have a chat with him at the end of the game. He's fine, just to let everyone know.
Gave him a hug. Gave him a
obviously
big hug.
very devastated. But that's how card games go, right?
Sometimes your opponent sees everything, sometimes you see nothing. It's one or the other, or you just have a good game and both of you see nothing, or both of you see everything.
Yeah, exactly. I would definitely hope both people see everything, then both teams will see nothing.
That'll be an action-packed game.
Exactly, yeah. Definitely be fun to cast. But I just want to talk about the state of the game regarding that, because we do see at the World Championships, they were opting for best of 3 with side deck as well. What are your thoughts on being able to implement that in sort of like regional or even at a local level? Because Gundam as a game right now isn't the most fast-paced game out there, and would time constraints be like an issue in really doing that?
I really think time constraints is why
Gundam players, this is an important announcement regarding lunch.
I've been saying that we need
This is round 5. At the conclusion of this round, there will be a lunch break.
chess
for
clock.
30 minutes.
It could be a phone app. It could be a phone app that's a chess clock where both players, 3 games, 10 minutes, 15 minutes each. Something like that to really make the
Registration
run
for
smoothly,
Saturdays
as
will also
well
commence
as
at 12:30.
making the game a little more less variant. Best of 1, but Bandai are known for their best of 1 games. Digimon is best of 1. I don't know if it's moved to best of 3 yet. One Piece Swiss is still best of 1. And we'll really like to move to the best of 3. I don't know if that's actually on the table here.
Yeah, maybe something to implement soon. But as we see, the players are getting ready, so we'll shift over to them now. And we've actually got Hansen, Bandai ID Larson, going on the stage for no very good. I believe typically he also plays the blue-white decks.
He's been on blue-red lately, I believe.
Been on blue-red lately? Okay.
Yeah, he's won a new type with blue-red.
Oh, very good. Good to hear. Potentially, yeah, switching things up a bit.
And we see the PBO1 sleeves, the show of resolve art with the hero Yui and the other girl, that because I haven't watched Wing.
I think that's Relena?
Relena?
If I'm not mistaken, yeah. Very unfortunate. She gets her invitation torn up. It's what First Contact is all about. But
And we see the G-Quox EX resource.
Ooh, we've got everything coming
and he's
out.
dripped out.
Yeah, we see, Bandai licensed everything. I would say the EX base though, whilst it is the Gundam base one, but it's not shiny, so
It is not shiny. Bandai did have an opportunity to make a shiny and foil.
yeah, but alas.
Last, and we will see Hansen going first, and he is on the blue-red. What is Andy on? The blue-white, the O. We see the Pap, we see the Masala.
It'll be interesting to see how they go. Both decks opting to maybe go for the late game, but Hansen was definitely going to playing maybe a bit faster compared to these sort of store blockers that we see should be seeing from Andy's side.
I don't know if Hansen knows what Andy is on, because that hand was full of reds, and I don't know if the red cards are the ones you want to keep against the blue-white blockers.
Yeah, it's definitely not the most ideal hand to keep, but I think what Hansen's maybe thinking about is, I don't know what my opponent's playing. I'm going to keep a safe hand in case they go fast.
Yes, and always nice to see a little bit of sportsmanship coming out.
See them go underway. Both players passing, I think their turn 1.
We do see a Roselle as well as a Gundam in Hansen's hand. That does mean that Hansen can go a little faster.
Yeah, so it's really going to be tempo oriented from Hansen's side, I believe. And we do see some, lower level units that should be able to be played out quite early, taking life, hopefully.
Yeah, Andy's thinking about not playing his Rick Diaz on curve. And I don't know if that's a thought that should be had. And now he plays his Rick Diaz, which unfortunately is not a lift for Hansen's Roselle to eat up.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Rick Diaz does basically full counter the Roselle being at 3 AP as well. So Hansen's going to have to think twice before he attempts to put any swings into life.
I do think Hansen just wants to go for a wide board here. I think he does have a improved technique to ping down the Rick Diaz.
Potentially coming out next turn, but it's always a choice of whether you want to play things on curve or you want to develop.
And Andy opts for the healthy curiosity, getting access to his first O.
And actually plays a striker pack as well. Let's see what he brings out. Most likely, I believe it's going to be the 2-4, as the 4-2 blocker is most likely just going to get... Oh, actually goes for the Sword Strike.
That's greedy Andy.
Maybe putting Hansen on not having any sort of pings like close combat, although now we see the close combat does come down, and goodbye Sword Strike on them.
And now Hansen has an opportunity to try and swing at the shield to go for that 1-to-1 trade.
Yeah, opts to take the trade. Sometimes it is worth it just to get rid of a blocker so that you can develop into further plays.
Yeah, and it's never good to see the Great Wall being built, as they now have a choice of what to block with. And we see the new Show of Resolve being played. Now, finally, we're seeing some Show of Resolves.
That's a good looking card.
It is a good looking card. And we see a Kusanagi being picked up, as well as another Rick Diaz. But now Andy will have to burn his EX resource if he wants to play anything else.
Yeah, I think given that he's not playing Wing, I would say it is worth it to burn the EX, because your opponent's most likely going to be playing into your shields, but we do see that Andy does opt not to do anything, maybe thinking he has still got good amounts of life and he doesn't need to burn anything if he doesn't have to.
I'd just like to note, Andy kept his whole EX base sealed and is in his sleeve.
That's true. Value just tripled there then.
And we will see a base come down from Hansen, trying to fish for more units. As so he based into another base, but it is a white base, and white base is able to continuously put out that pressure as long as Andy does not add it.
Yeah, I think white base is one of those cards where you'd have to use really strategically, but if you do know how to use it, it becomes really powerful. Always being able to generate a unit no matter what, even especially with Gundam being a game where if there's no bases on the opponent's shields, each life only has 1 HP. So any small unit, big unit is taking 1 life per swing no matter.
Yeah, so being able to put out that small body constantly, that is crazy. And Andy opts to play the Kusanagi, slowing down Hansen. And I would say, from my experience of playing both of these decks, that the O is favored here. Blue-red is typically built for the meta, and the meta being blue-purple, it's quite targeted towards blue-purple, and it's really hard for Hansen to out the O once it comes up.
Yeah, definitely. I can see that as well. I would just like to point out, though, do we think that, you know, because the O's main thing is to kind of break down walls of units, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Hansen's main goal is to just put everything into face, would the O have maybe less of an effect or on this matchup specifically?
Not necessarily, because the O, once it gets set up, means you first of all, you can't keep anything on the board. And then right now, Hansen is quite behind in terms of shield. At turn 6, Andy should lose more shields than the current situation.
That is true. That is true. But we did see, you know, Hansen needed a few turns to out the blockers, and especially that turn, I think 5 or 4 for Andy, where he played the Show Resolve, that really slowed down the tempo. As we see now, Hansen starting to be able to develop a bit more.
Yeah, we don't see a Merida coming out from Hansen's side. So I know it's still quite early in the game with only 2 cards in trash, but having that Merida always ready is quite important, quite crucial to Hansen's strategy.
Yeah, I think maybe he's potentially trying to save a Merida for the Banshee if needed. I do think that the Banshee, if it comes out, is much more impactful compared to being able to link to a Kshatriya, but I
don't even think he has it in hand.
Let's have a look, shall we?
Yeah, there's a Banshee in hand, there's a white base, or maybe there is a Merida at the very back. Hansen asking Andy how many cards he has in hand, thinking about outvaluing Andy here.
He does have quite a few cards in hand himself as well, many playable units this turn.
I do think Hansen needs to just keep swinging into face. and try and get the Masala to block here.
Yeah, because if the Rick Diaz blocks, then it's a free unit, especially with the repair 2 as well. Hansen recognizing that, yeah, once again, a crucial part of the combo is being played and is trying to bait his opponent into, you know, getting rid of it or dying quicker. And we do see the naval bombardment coming out.
Naval bombardment, when it's hit in the shield, it becomes basically an unforeseen incident. Getting rid of 3 AP from the Rizal. Now the Rizal's on 1 AP, and Hansen decides to play the white base to try and get a little wider board.
Yeah, most likely opting to use the effect of white base to generate a 1/1 token. That naval bombardment was actually huge, because what it did was reduce the AP on the Rizal, and because of that, now it's no longer optimal for Hansen to swing, because if he swings into shield, Andy can just block and only take 1 damage, and then have the blocker ready to block another attack next turn.
And I believe the O is going to come down.
Oh, and we see, I believe...
Is Pap coming down too?
And the Pap. Yep, earlier. And most likely giving the repair to the Masala to be able to draw a card. And this actually also allows Masala to attack into the Gundam and repair 3 as well.
And the Gundam is only at 3 AP.
Yeah, exactly. With the, I think it's Nikolai Amafi, not actually giving any AP boost, only a +1 HP boost.
I don't think there's a battle of aces in Hansen's hand, but we do see a closer combat as well as improved technique. And Hansen did leave 3 resources up.
Exactly, so that is something that Andy might be considering, although I don't see why you wouldn't take this trade no matter what. Even if it's 1 for 1, definitely out a few... I believe it is definitely more beneficial for Andy to be making the swing than to, you know, not to make the swing.
Yeah, and Andy is swinging into the Masala, with the Masala into the Gundam to try and take it for free, leaving it on 1 HP, resting the Rizal. Well, now, will he take the bait and swing into... He did. Now, does Hansen have enough to out the O?
He does. He puts the Battle of Aces... I think that's an alternative art, is that right? From the ST09 style.
That is a Battle of Aces. Well done, Hansen. Now the O is no longer a threat. That's 1 O down, only 3 to go, and we don't see any more coming out from Andy's side. And Hansen has successfully negated the setup.
Yeah, Hansen recognizing that most likely his opponent would would want the Masala to swing into the Gundam, and then would swing the O into the Rizal, calculating that perfectly and baiting them into doing those moves so that he can play the close combat. The Battle of Aces.
And Hansen still has the white base, can generate another unit. Now he decides to get rid of the unit to try and get the 3/3, or is he going to play the G-Clocks?
I think if Hansen wanted to play the G-Clocks, he would have just done that previously, although maybe he's now done the swing and has reconsidered his moves.
And he does use the white base and gets a 3/3 token because his field is empty.
Yeah, important to note, the white base token generation gets worse as you have more units on the field.
That's a way to keep things fair.
Yes, I agree. And now we see the improved technique come out.
I believe Hansen has sequenced incorrectly.
He was going to do that, but potentially, you know, once again, when you have so many cards in hand, so many potential lines of play, it does get a bit confusing. But let's just hope that he isn't overall tilted by the sequencing of events, and that it doesn't come back to haunt him, as Andy's supposed to be on 1 less shield right now, basically.
And Hansen's white base will go down to the Masala. The Masala is now sideways.
Yeah, I think that's probably something that Andy was thinking about. Am I okay risking my Masala to dying next turn if I am able to get rid of his value generation?
We see a unicorn. We see the big unicorn with the banana.
Naja as well, and maybe that's just what needs to come down right now.
Oh, so strong!
So strong. Big unicorn with the repair.
With the banana!
And he links 1. Wow, to be able to go 4-0, Will's playing unicorn, couldn't be me.
So strong. I never see the Banner with the unicorn. Now Andy has a 8/8 repair 3 unit. That is basically unable to get off the board.
Yeah, really want to see how.
And he hits
Ooh.
improved technique, but it fizzles.
Unfortunately, there's no more
Level
than 2
4 or
copies.
lower.
Yeah, so it has to be level 4 and lower, which there are no units that meet the requirement on Andy's side. What a wasted burst.
Very unfortunate burst for Hansen. It will be fortunate in most situations, but not this one.
The silver lining is now that improved technique is online. If he does hit another burst, then he is able to use that effect. But we'll see, we'll just have to see how high Hansen rolls.
Now Andy needs to put down a blocker and burn his ES resource to try and protect his units, because if Banshee comes down here, it is quite devastating.
Yeah, but important to note that Banshee would not be able to ping the Unicorn. So I believe Banshee is a 5-4 with Merida. It will be 2-1. So it becomes
But
a 7-5.
there's the token.
That is true. There is a token, so we have to put that into the Unicorn and then go for the swing.
Is there 12 cards in the trash? Hopefully there is.
There is, but don't
There is?
see anyone checking. So potentially, he doesn't have it. Nor does he. Does he have the Banshee in hand either? I don't see.
Is that
why.
there's no Merida. There's no Merida.
And there's no Merida. So Hansen really just waiting for his cards to come down, but he does have 2 G-Quaxes in
He can
hand.
G-Quax close combat as well as send the token into the repair 3 to get rid of it.
Yeah, which does look like the line of play that he is thinking about. So spending 7 resources here,
Ping 3.
ping 3, and let's see.
Please no unforeseen incident, Andy. Please no unforeseen incident.
Thinking about it, just thinking about it.
Is there an unforeseen incident? It's such a huge swing. Oh no!
Well,
The
and with
unforeseen incident comes down. That unicorn is never leaving the field.
I think it's. We would have taken 1. Oh, no damage there, so that's the end of those plays. Oh, G-Quax basically just had a wasted ping. Very, very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Now we really need to see the Merida come out from Hansen's side.
Yeah, the senior boys aren't eating good on stream today, I must say.
Yeah, maybe it's the stream curse.
Yeah, well, hopefully no other senior gentlemen
Gets on stream.
gets on stream. Who knows? But it's not looking too hot for Hansen right now.
And Andy comes out with
With-
another link.
Armor Gundam as well, putting.
Andy has hit all the
sideways.
corresponding units. The unicorn with the Banager, the Amuro with the Gundam, as well as the Pap with the O.
Andy just seems to have all the answers right now. What can we say? And let's see what he opts to do. The G-Quax with the suppression is quite scary because it's basically taking 2 shields per time from Andy's side. So he is on a bit of a timer, but with now the Armor Gundam coming down, I believe this is the first Armor Gundam we've seen in this tournament. Is that right?
I believe so. And Andy had a chance to go for game there because we do see another Pap and another Masala in hand, but he decides to go for the safe play.
Yeah, safe
and we still
play.
don't see a Merida. Merida, where are you?
Yeah, we need you right now. I just want to comment that we just saw a Forbidden Gundam come out from Hansen's side, most likely put that in to counter all the blue-purple level 2 or lower units.
Yeah, and it's not looking too good for Hansen. Where's the Merida? This is a Merida-oriented deck, and he hasn't seen his Merida.
Yeah, we need Merida to come out ASAP, although I don't know if that would really bail him
Yeah,
out right now.
I think it's looking pretty ogre right now, but we cannot count these players out.
That's true until last minute. He opts to use the close combat on the Bifrith.
To try and, if he gets the Merida here, he does get to link it with the Cassatria.
That is true. And important to note, this is missed sometimes. Did he manage to draw?
I think that's the Merida.
He does draw the Merida.
But is that enough? It came too late.
I think he does. He should have 12 cards in trash by this point. We are quite deep into the game, which.
Well, it doesn't matter. I think he has to link it with the Cassatria.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the Banshee, does he?
He does. He began with the Banshee.
He began with the Banshee. Yeah. So the links come out, and he's thinking about which 12 cards he wants to recycle. So maybe the casting curse isn't real because we just gave him.
No, but this is. I think it's too late. I really think it's too late. He should have. And his last shield is Merida too.
He still does have 4 resources to work with. Hopefully he's able to. I'm
No,
not sure if he has any commands in his hand.
He should have linked it with the Cassatria so he can out both the basically 2 units.
Hmm.
But this one you can link, you can get out 2 units too, but you can't out the big units if they block it with.
Yeah, that is true. I was thinking maybe he had a command in hand. So he does have the close combat, which... Oh no, sorry, that's from his trash, isn't it?
I think, yeah, he used the close combat last time to ping down the lift.
Yeah, but he doesn't have another one. Oh, okay. I thought maybe he had another one where he could use it right now on the Lifrit to get rid of the blocker. And then even if he takes the Masala out, it's still worth it at the end of the day.
It doesn't matter whether he takes the Masala out or not. He needs to take all the high AP units down so
Yeah.
his base remains safe. That's why he really needed to use the Kshatriya there. Ping both the Lifrit as well as the Unicorn. Swing into the Unicorn, ping the Lifrit again, and now he has to block with his Masala. And then he's left with 5 resources, I believe.
Yeah. To play something else.
Yeah, now it's just too little too late, I believe.
Yeah. Let's see what he goes for though. He is 4-0. Maybe he can pull something. And yeah.
And Andy will, of course, block with the Lifrit here.
And just a fun tidbit to note, I believe Banshee is one of the only cards where the cards that you recycle are actually shuffled back into the deck and not just put at the bottom.
Yes.
Not many-
It's like a reset of the deck.
Yeah, not many other cards have that effect, like the Search, Zaku, and some of the other commands. You know, the cards just go to the bottom of the deck, and that's it. And as we see the block come out from the Masala after the block from the Lifrith, protecting both the key units on Andy's side, and with 4 resources and a deck that doesn't really play any blockers.
I think it's looking pretty
looking
over.
good.
Hansen maybe should have even kept the hand to try and bluff the close combat battle of aces in hand. And it, oh well.
Well,
Hansen is currently talking to a judge, maybe.
have some clarification. Not sure. Well, I think maybe he realized that he should have done this earlier.
No, I don't believe that it will change. It could change
Yeah,
anything.
because it won't deal with Andy's blockers or anything. And yeah, I think that's Hansen recognizing that.
Andy with a little smirk on his face,
Yeah.
knowing he's about to take live, and that's game. Andy
GG.
takes it home, and he is now 5-0. Well done to both players. Unfortunately, the big unicorn is just too hard to out.
Yeah, and I think this goes back again to the variance that we were talking about earlier, where potentially if he saw the Maritas earlier, was able to put down Banshee earlier and actually have a turn 5 Kshatriya be played down. Things could have gone very differently.
Yeah, I really think, well, it's a Marita-oriented deck that only saw Marita after his 2 shields left. It's quite unfortunate again, but well done to both players for recognizing, well done to Andy for recognizing that there is no Marita. It's fine to get a little more aggressive.
Yeah, exactly.
And Andy linked all 3 pilots. That was crazy.
Yeah, well, I am glad that the Unicorn Gundam has gotten far into the tournament. And whilst he might not be from Sydney, I do hope that he takes it all the way and brings glory to Unicorn.
Yeah, we really want to see. One could say that Tiger has some unicorn stocks invested, and he just wants to see it go off.
Yes, I have this foundation stocks invested.
Well, well done to both players, and we're really liking the level of skill and the level of variety of decks coming out. And stay tuned for more great Gundam. See you in round 6.
See you.
And welcome back to round 6 after lunch. The energy in this room is insane. All the players are now refreshed and ready to play.
Yeah, everyone should be well hydrated, well stocked up. Use the bathroom. No excuses when you miss plays now.
And you see that we have Simon on the left, another one of our Sydney local players that plays at Burwood Kaika, and Lamb.
Yeah, I don't think I've met Lamb before, but yeah, Simon we see around. Definitely going to be interesting to see how they go now that we've hit the 5-0 mark. So both players are quite deep into the tournament at this stage. Hopefully, no more Sydney caster curse going on this time around.
Yes, hopefully Simon is able to overcome the unlucky curse that Sydney players have been facing on stream.
Yeah, well, speaking to people at lunchtime as well, especially, most people have at least had one loss now, but hopefully Simon keeps the dream alive, and yeah.
We need to defend our home ground, Tiger.
Exactly. Might call it bias, but I just call it support.
Yes, you have to support your own state. What? You know those people that support Queensland in the state of origin, and they're from New South Wales?
Yeah, not around,
I don't know about
around
that
here,
one.
mate. Not around here.
Not around here. Well, as the players get started, we see that the dice roll will begin, and hopefully Simon gets what he wants. No bias.
Ooh,
That's a 4.
already off to not the best start, but we shall see. It'll be interesting to see because I'm don't know what both the players are playing. So
Simon in GDO1 was on the wing, but I believe he has moved on to blue-purple.
oh,
And we see blue-purple on one side, and
I see some white cards from Simon's side.
Is it the O?
Okay. I can't tell. He's holding it very perpendicular to the camera, I must say.
yeah, well, Lamb has decided to keep his hand as the blue-purple player. And he is going first. If this is a blue-purple mirror, going second has the advantage here.
You see the mulligan comes out from Simon, not happy with what he's seeing.
His face is not happy about his hand.
Yeah, hopefully he's able to draw into a better hand this time round. But good thing is, with the mulligans, we all know, you put the old hand to the bottom of the deck and pick up 5 new cards, which can't be the same as the previous one. So
What a
so
great
it's
mulligan
chance.
system.
Yeah, definitely a chance to get a better hand this time around.
Simon doing many shuffles to make sure his deck is randomized. He shrugged at his hand. It's like, yeah, it's alright. It's alright.
Workable. So, yeah. Gina's shields come down. And fist bump to get out of the way. Yeah, good sportsmanship.
It is blue-purple.
It is the blue-purple.
And the hand is okay. We do see that he does have the curve.
I have to say, the hallmark of a great player is they are using base resources.
Yes, I would say that is Chad energy coming out from Simon using only base resources, while Lamb using C++ resources.
Yeah, I'm more on Lamb's side of this one. I like my resources.
Well, we're gonna see a lot of weenies being dropped in the first 2 turns. Now, can Simon respond with the same amount of weenies, or is he going to go a little bigger?
Yeah, the 2 weenies coming out from Lamb's side on turn 2, definitely so strong. One of the strongest openers that blue-purple can actually achieve. And
As Simon follows up with his 2 custom grazers.
Yes, so strong.
So strong. This is the strongest opening we've seen from both sides. We haven't had an aggro mirror. This is our first aggro mirror.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is going to be interesting to look at, see the nuances that both players have to manage to be able to squeeze out a victory here.
We do see more weenies in Lamb's hand. That we see the 2122 GM as well as more Craze customs. And Lamb does have a Miko in hand. It is not quite level 4 yet, but does he have the link to play next turn?
Yeah, it's definitely a pilot you have to save. And it is interesting that the Barbados first form isn't able to link with the Miko on the turn it's played. Probably a design attribute to prevent it from being too strong. Link and draw on the same turn. Too strong. And we see this swing to trade and basically just refreshing the weenies on the board.
And I do think Simon's a little bit ahead because he does have the damage into the shield. Now, if Land doesn't draw any unctures and gun tanks, Simon is free to just keep hitting face.
Pretty much, yeah. And it sort of becomes like a base race where whoever gets the most optimal amounts of swings into the shield does ultimately take it. Now, provided that now we can tell that it is a bit of a mirror match going on, Do you reckon that the matchup changes where, you know, historically speaking, I'd say blue-purple would like to go first, but potentially in a mirror, does that mindset differ?
Yes, definitely. Being able to access your Barbatos and Mika Link, as I'm saying right here, as well as that adapt earlier, does put you in quite an advantage. So Simon is in the driver's seat right now, but he is using the Barbatos to attack nothing, not a base.
Yeah.
Why is he linking right now?
Maybe he's just going for the tempo and recognizing that he needs to see more cards in hand. I would say, though, maybe I wouldn't have swung with the Barbados first and swung with one of the weenies, as that will prevent any sort of...
Did he keep his Gray's Custom standing? Did
Yeah, I
he
was
not
gonna
want to
say,
swing another one?
I'm certain that he played that the turn before, right? But
Yes.
maybe essentially not wanting his opponent to burst the pilot, keeping a unit standing so that he can trade back in.
Well, we do see that Lamb does not have a link in hand, and he will go for the value trade.
Yeah, a bit of a low value link, in my opinion. Potentially could have held that out and had a different line of play last time, but
Is
without
Lamb going to
access,
show of resolve here?
cards in hand,
Show of resolve
goes
on
for show
curve.
of resolve on the curve.
But we do see some of the tempo pieces being picked up here.
You like to see it and you don't like to see it, because playing a show of resolve early means that, you know, you're not developing board, you're not taking shields, but it could set up for future plays.
And Lamb does have 2 gun tanks as well as a Mika Barbatos first form in hand. So he is ready to make that swing back into the board. Now Simon needs to keep asserting his dominance here. Now that he has literally essentially spit in Simon's face by show of resolving on curve.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a gamble with disrespect, I would say. Basically, you're telling your opponent, hey, I
Hit
don't
me.
believe you have anything to play, so I'm going to set up in your face. Do something about it.
And now Simon really deliberating his turn. But he does need to assert more pressure.
I think we're now at the point of the game where definitely a bit more thought needs to be put down as to what is being played. Even the more minute differences could cost a game if not thought out properly. And as we see, Simon has just passed again and hasn't swung the Gray's Custom again. Not sure what the plan is there. But he did play down 2 Barbados first forms in preparation for being able to be pinged and then getting the draw off that. Either that's your own ping or your opponent is forced to ping that as well.
Yes, and now the board state is not looking in Simon's favor. It is quite slow of what he did. And a good thing that the Gray's Custom did not attack, otherwise Lamb would have gained so much advantage here.
Yeah, definitely recognizing that having the discipline to not swing, recognizing that you need to keep your unit standing to be able to trade into something potentially of higher value, really speaks to Simon's experience and probably explains why he's gone 5-0 in this tournament.
Yes, and now Lamb will play the classic Fusion and Mika to get rid of a 2 HP unit.
Yeah.
And that choice will be the Barbatos first form.
Yeah. It's important to understand that if you are going to ping the Barbados first form, you need to ping it twice. Because if you ping it once and leave it standing, then you're essentially helping out your opponent. And that's why we see both cards coming down.
I think Lamb is trying to go for the slower gameplay, but Simon says no and drops the Armorer Gundam link.
Yeah, resting the blocker. It's not going to be a free trade though, because that Gujin does have 5 AP now that it has the Mikazuki paired to it. Let's see what Simon opts to do. Most likely, yes, putting the first form in with the +1 AP is able to trade away the Gujin. Not getting any draws, obviously, because that unit was not damaged.
Yeah, unfortunately, Simon is a bit behind in card advantage despite being ahead on board. Lamb did use the Mika as well as the Gujin and the Show of Resolve to really pump that card advantage in his favor.
Yeah, and we see Simon thinking about whether he wants to go for the swing or not.
There's no way he doesn't swing here.
Yeah, I think right now, keeping the Grey standing has done its job.
Oh, Simon felt that. Simon felt that.
You can tell, you can see his expressions. It's definitely not great, but better now than later, I guess. especially with his opponent having so many cards in hand. You kind of can't not predict them having an armor anyways, so getting a second armor shouldn't be that detrimental, especially now that he's kept everything rested as well.
I would just like to note is that Simon literally just stopped attacking when it was the Amuro shield. Remember the before when he decided not to swing the Grace Custom for 2 turns in a row?
Yeah,
He must have felt that.
he must have. He must have realized it. Then the opponent played Show of Resolve, so it's like, oh, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They get cards anyways. I need to go now. And
Now
yeah,
Lamb with the chance to swing back the board.
see what he plays. We do see a Link in hand, is that right?
Yes, there is a Barbatos first form as well as a Mika,
Yeah.
as well as 3 pings.
3 pings. Wow, that could mean that the Gundam could disappear. He opts to put all 3 pings into the Gundam and put the Grays into it.
Yeah, I do think it would be the smart decision to play all 3 pings here and get rid of that Gundam. But next turn, he can start swinging a shield. But maybe Lamb considers that it is too slow, and because he is only on 3 shields, and he needs to deal with Simon's board fast.
Yeah, I just want to note that it looks like Simon only has 1 card in hand compared to Lamb's. It looks like approximately 5 to 6 cards in hand.
Yeah.
So if Lamb is able to clear the board here, I don't see a way that Simon can really bounce back unless he top decks maybe 2 Show Resolves in a row or something. Sweet.
Yes, I agree. And that Simon didn't take many value trades because he was aggressive in hitting down the shields, giving Lamb the opportunity to swing back and take his board, take the value trades.
Yeah, and we can see that he has 2 resources left. He might opt to go for
A double gun tank.
double gun tank, yes, onto the Gundam there. And
And now Simon's still not out yet. He does have 1 unit on board, and there's 3 shields remaining. If Simon only draws good cards like Corsica base, like Show of Resolve, or
Yeah.
another Barb link, Barbatos first form link,
even a Corsica base, something
yes,
able to add more cards to hand as well as generate value and increase the HP on his base as well.
yeah, we really need to see something come out from Simon.
Yeah.
Simon looking a little bit more nervous now that he is gassing out, and he does realize that he's in a dangerous predicament.
Yeah.
Lamb does have another link in hand too.
That's true. We didn't see the Mikazuki and the first form come down, and we do see a second fusion of the game. One coming out from the shields there, which is good news for Simon, I would say, because he knows that there's not going to be too many more blockers coming out, giving him maybe more confidence to start swinging into shields.
This is giving me a flashback of the World's Finals, Tiger. That Simon's only seeing, what, 1 pilot? Maybe 2 pilots?
Yeah, I think apart from the Armor Gundam, we haven't seen.
There's a
him
Barb,
use-
the low
Oh
link.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
low value
and on
link.
level, on turn 3, potentially regretting some choices that have been made earlier in this round. But it does look like his opponent's
About
just
to
had
pop off.
Yeah, just had a better hand, is also about to pop off. And let's see what line of play we're going for. So Barbatos into base to draw a card. And really see the opponent ignoring the Gray's custom that is on the board and just opting to take.
Because he does have
shield.
an Anksha in hand.
That is true, that is true. And we see no bursts coming out of 3 shields for Simon. That is quite unfortunate. Now we see the Angsha come out ready to deal the Gray's custom. And
And Lamb has game next turn.
yeah, everything looks to be solidified. Now pass his turn to Simon. Let's see what
Armorer Gundam. They did draw an Armorer Gundam.
maybe it's 1 turn too late as we see the Armor Gundam come down.
It's absolutely way too late. Now there's 6 units on Lamb's board.
Yeah, you can only realistically clear 2 units, which means if Simon doesn't burst the base in one of these shields, or maybe even in the last shield, it might just be GG.
I definitely think Simon does need to clear 2 here. But
Yeah.
which 2 is the question?
I think he wants to go for maybe a higher AP unit,
For sure.
because if he does burst the base, then the APs do matter at that point, because he wants the base to live through as many hits as possible.
But does that mean he will out the Barbatos first form as well as the Gundam?
It's
I
tough,
think he
it's
has
a tough
to.
decision. Yeah. I think
Oh no, he's going for
Uncharted
the gun tank.
was going for a value play, but
The value is not what you're looking for
yeah,
here,
I'm not
Simon.
sure if that's really
9 Now he's guaranteed
final
dead,
decision.
I think. Unless it's the last
unless-
shield base,
yeah,
of course.
if Lamb is able to properly swing in the correct order, then I think there's a high chance that this game might be at its conclusion. We see the first swing and drawing a card.
Now it's getting dangerously close as we get to the last few shoots of both players.
See Lamb just taking his time to consider things. Oh, and he's not opting to go for it, recognizing that if maybe there is a burst in the base, that he would be in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah, and Lamb is already ahead on cards, so he does not need to sweat. And he sets up game next turn.
Very disciplined plays coming out from Lamb.
Yes, very, very disciplined. Now, if that's not a show of resolve, I think it might be over.
It might be over. Unfortunate for
The
Simon.
Sydney curse continues.
Continues. Hopefully, never see a Sydney person
On
on
the street
table
again. Until the finals.
Yes, again, no burst on any of the shields. GG's been called. Well played to both players. Quite unfortunate to see, I must say.
Yeah, and, I mean, we finally see, at the end of round 5, we finally see a blue-purple matchup.
Yeah, they've just dodged it this whole time, but there's still many of them in the top levels. I do want to point out, though, that although Lamb opted to go first in the mirror match, and considering we discussed that going second might be the play, didn't seem to work out this time.
That doesn't seem to work out this time around. I do think that old-type Simon was a bit wasteful of his links, of his cards, and that he did not consider that blue-purple is not just an aggro deck. It can outgrind a lot of other decks too.
Yeah, potentially saving that first form link to trade into a Gundam instead of letting it be dealt by a 2-2 could have been the saving factor.
Yeah.
We just see that Simon ran out of cards at the very end, and there's no chance of comeback. There's quite a lot of skill that actually goes into a blue-purple mirror, and people don't realize it. They're like, oh, you know what? Just go face, just make sure.
Yeah, and I think the representation of players previously does also skew the results a bit. If 70% of the people are playing the same deck, there's a very high chance that that deck is going to win. But that doesn't mean that that deck is easy to play. It just means that the player playing it is going to be very good.
Well, well done to both players. We finally see our blue-purple. Hopefully there's a little bit of more of a variety, so we can keep it fresh for you guys. See you guys in round 7.
See you soon.
And welcome back, Gundam players. This is round 7, round 8?
Yeah, round 7.
This is round 7. We're getting towards the end of the day. And we only have a few undefeated people left.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch how many players we're playing, but probably around like
250?
4. Yeah, should be like 6 to 8 undefeated. Only a few more rounds to go for the day.
Yeah, we would like to touch on just how delicate the card game is, the strategy, and the minute decisions that could win or lose you the game. And last match, we saw that Grace Custom did not swing for like 2 tens in a row. And that and the Barbatos link into the Mika and just took a shield just to get taken out by a 2-2. Like those tiny decisions could win you or lose you the game.
Yeah, exactly. It's so the players are thinking about a lot during the time they're sitting up there, especially so deep into the round. Nerves as well as pressure definitely comes into play. But yeah, no, like I can understand where Simon was coming from in terms of like maybe not wanting to swing the Gray's custom in trying to not burst the pilot, but your opponent had sort of like show resolved already. So they have like 8-7 cards in hand. Most likely one of them can be a pilot anyways. Probably you're okay to swing there. Don't really want to say too much about that, but just something to think about.
Yeah. So we see that Lamb was on 2 shields at the end, and if those 2 shields were gone, maybe that would have made a big difference.
Yeah, even if one of those shields were gone, because he had 2 units ready to attack, right? So theoretically, if no base would burst, then that would have been game there, even if he just swung once.
Yeah, and
twice.
Old type Simon did draw the Amura Gundam as his last card.
Exactly.
That could have been the game changer. And I think we're getting into the round.
Yeah, I see the players are getting set up.
Another Sydney player.
Oh, we have Mark.
We have Mark. We have Mark
Goodness
and Khan.
gracious.
Yes, goodness gracious. Will Mark be the first one to break the Sydney curse?
I sure hope he does. I think I played against Mark once in a new type, and it was playing red-white at the time. With Marita and Haman, not sure if he's on the same package. Potentially seeing that there's Leo tokens inside the token stack, could be playing something else this time around.
I must say, Mark is the top bloke. He
I
is
agree.
the nicest man I've ever talked to. He has graced us with his presence today, going 6-0.
Yes, congratulations to him for doing that, and I sure hope this time round the Sydney boys will take the win home.
Yes, and Khan, I recognize Khan from somewhere. I'm not sure if he's been to nationals or not, but I do recognize him.
Yeah, I get the inkling as well, but I can't pinpoint name to a face.
And we see the new resources and the new EX base coming out from Khan.
Coming out from ST09, highly coveted ultimate deck.
Is I think Mark is also on blue-purple this
It
time.
looks like Mark's playing a blue-purple with, as we can see, the Tekkadan sleeves are very on-brand.
But where is the Barbatos base?
That is true. Maybe he needs to go to a few more starter deck events, but considering he's 6-0 into this game, into this tournament, maybe Mark has all the cards already and no longer needs to attend.
I like how Khan is drawing. This slow roll, this tension, and he sees curve. I would keep this hand if I was him.
Definitely psyching himself up, and now I believe we've got the mirror, is that right? Or is...
It is the mirror. It is the mirror. But we don't know how these players built their deck. There could be more defensive leaning. There could be more tempo-y. We'll just have to see in the game.
Especially that we saw at the World Championships where some players are opting to put in the more tempo-oriented version, such as the one that runs the Barbatos Lupus Rex, being able to ping 2 by exiling 3 Tekkadan and Teiwa's units.
And Khan did go for the mulligan. And I love how he's drawing one at a time, slow roll it. Have you ever played Mahjong?
I have played Mahjong, although not competitively, just with family.
Yes, it's quite fun when you look slowly at the card, feel it out a little.
And then I did try doing that once, and it didn't really work out for me. I kept feeling it and looking at it, and it wasn't what I thought it was, and I just got tilted from that.
Well, you just haven't played enough. As the game gets started, Khan will needs to put back his resource, by the way.
Just keeping it calm and collected.
All right, top bloke Mark begins graces us with a resource and a start to the game.
So yeah.
Drawing and passing.
If he's going to start. Okay, double checking if everything is in order. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, for stream
Oh, he
purposes,
wants.
very top.
Oh, Khan dictating that he wants the shield to be oriented that way.
You guys can do
Or maybe the judges are saying that the top shield needs
A
to
bit
be
of a slow start to the game, and Mark,
That's all. But now we're rolling, and
we see the Amuro as the first pickup. Is that a Corsica base in Mark's hand as well as a Gundam Amuro?
yeah, definitely off to a very strong start with the Show of Resolve as well to refill the hand once all the resources
That
have
is
been
crazy.
dumped. And we see Khan often not the best opener, just playing a gun tank to get started. And we see
Mark follows suit.
a response.
And Mark can play quite on curve here with 3 Corsica base and 4 Armorer Gundam.
Yeah.
The classic.
I think it's important to also note that both players starting off slow means whoever now has the higher end cards will definitely get the advantage.
Yes, who can start generating value the earliest. Value generation of Blue Purple comes from its links, comes from the Mika, comes from the Gundam Armorers. And both players do have access to the Show of Resolve.
Wow, this is going to be an interesting matchup. As we see, definitely compared to the previous Blue Purple Mirror, not a lot of the early game being played, and not sure what
Khan
just
attempts,
happened.
Khan attempts to play the Mika, but he is not level 4 yet.
Yeah, so Mikazuki can't come out just yet, and I think he's looking to play the white base now.
Khan is going to play the white base over the EX base, trying to fish for something more useful. Khan did have a good hand to start with, and he mulliganed into this.
Yeah, and I don't know about playing the EX base at this current time. I think EX base is more of like a tempo card where later in the game when you're kind of out of resources, you can play it down and start generating tokens, whereas this looks to be more of like a desperation play.
Yeah, and Mark, despite having Corsica on curve, decides to put more pressure and puts 2 units down to try and out this base. Khan, in his face, is seeming less and less pleased with his hand.
Yeah, do see not the best turn 4 play come now. His choices are between either Show Resolve or the Anksha, if I'm not mistaken. And it looks like he is opting to tempo out the Anksha. Or potentially the better play is just to pay 2 to get a token from white base and save the cards in hand for something else, because that's hidden information that your opponent doesn't know about, and the Anksha does have an effect which at this current time isn't able to go off. Oh, but we do see he does have a Rizzo in hand, and he's able to play that out and playing a second gun tank to match the units that Mark has on board.
This is such a weak turn coming up from Khan, and Mark can just take that base for free, and because there's so many units on board, the Gundam Armorer plus AP has so much value here.
Yeah, which each unit gain plus 1 AP. Overall, he gets basically plus 4 AP from that effect. And being able to use the 2-1-2-2 weenie to trade out a Kakuren is definitely a value trade that anyone will take any day of the week.
And now the Hyakuren is 5 AP, able to take down the base.
And we see no burst come out so far. And yep, Mark opting to swing the Armor Gundam as well. And Khan just keeping things slow. I'm really liking the way that Khan plays.
It's keeping the suspense up. I really like how Khan plays. Shout out to Khan if you watch this back. Keep playing like this. It's great. It's great for the viewer experience.
Yeah, great cinematics. I think it's also good for the mindset as well, where you're not rushing to get from one player or to the other. You're playing a fast deck. Use all the time you need. There's 30 minutes to the round and shared between each player. That's like maximize the time you're using.
Yeah, and Khan does have the option to play the Gundam as well as the Mika to try and slow down Mark's advance into his shields. Otherwise, it might be too late for him.
Yeah, definitely needs to stem the bleeding right now before it gets out of hand. I can see he's already down to 3 shields if I'm not mistaken.
Apologies, let me do the shields real quick.
Yeah, 3 shields, and yeah, so if Mark plays a Link next turn, if he doesn't deal with the board, then that's basically game.
Yeah, and Khan opting to play the Barbatos first one with the Mikazuki. Probably looking to out the Gundam, but what is he pinging? Probably a gun tank.
Yeah, most likely just going for the lowest HP unit, so that if he does get another ping, he is able to get rid of the body instead of splitting the damage between multiple units.
Yes, the way Khan plays is really, again, great for the viewer experience that you see that the Mika is still resolving. And he opts to...
Oh, he does? Yeah. Opts to put the 1 damage on the Hyakuren.
Recognizing that 2 gun tanks will still take out the gun tank, regardless.
Yeah, and I think this way also, essentially what he's thinking is if my opponent is able to link or actually pair a Gundam again and boost that to 5 AP, none of my bases are now safe. So probably thinking that the first priority is the Hyakuren that needs to go.
Yeah, Khan trying to preserve his white base, his second white base for as long as possible. Will opt for this play. But he does have no more gas and no more things to play. And it will pass over to Mark.
So Mark has another turn to try and do as much damage as possible to the shield area of Khan.
Mark should feel things out a little with the gun tank first, just to see what Khan will burst.
Yeah,
and he does.
That's exactly what he does. Yep, seeing what's happening, and not a burst. We get ADAP come out from live, and we see finally the Korseka base being played.
As the first Korseka, and will summon the Torgis.
Yeah, which is a 4/2 token, and well as adding 1 card to hand. The other 2 resources opts to play 2 weenies and passes turn.
Mark setting up for game here. Khan in a predicament.
Yeah, Khan basically either needs to play a base to maybe get out of this, and even then, it's a bit dicey, or he needs to have Armoro to be able to rest a unit to be able to get rid of 2 units this turn.
He can deal with 2 units this turn in terms of the Fusion as well as the Mika, taking down the token as well as having a block. And then Angsha can go into the gun tank, preserving as many shields as possible for Khan while having a blocker that cannot be rested by Armoro. Now will Khan opt to do that here?
I think he's definitely thinking about that line of play by putting the Fusion at the front. Still very calmly taking his time to think about the plays and make sure that, you know, if he gets through this turn, what is his game plan to win in the future turns?
Yes, we do want players to take their time, and so we can show you the best Gundam possible.
Yeah, we don't want players just throwing down random cards on curve for whatever reason. But obviously, considering that both players are 6-0, they must have done they must have done something right to get to this point of the tournament.
And Khan is opting to ping down the Torgis token, but he is not putting it under the Fusion.
I think did he ping the gun tank instead of the Torgis?
He did ping the gun tank.
That's interesting that he's opted to make this line of play and is putting.
I guess he doesn't have a white base up, so he doesn't really care about that one.
Yeah, but Mark does have 3 units on board, and that's if Mark does have an Armorer, which I can't tell if he does or he.
Wait, and Khan didn't swing with his gun tank?
Apparently not. Apparently not swinging with units. Blue purple is the new way to go.
Yeah, I think
see the show of resolve.
The nerves are getting to the players, but we see that Mark is quite composed as he tries to go for the pressure around the fields.
With Mark swing this time round,
I believe there is.
We
have a little bit of a technical difficulty as we get that sorted. We'll come back into the game as soon as the technical issue is resolved. We'll be right back.
And we're back. So we got the game back, and Khan seemed to have decided to block the second attack that has come through. The So now Mark is still putting pressure into Khan's shield, as Khan has no more shields remaining, as well as a link. And Mark takes the game. Mark breaks the Sydney curse. Well done to Mark.
Oh, you can see the relief on his face as well as he takes that one. He probably heard about the Sydney curse from having a chat to people at lunch and during the breaks, and he realizes the first person to finally overcome that.
Look at that big smile on his face. He looks beautiful, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks very beautiful.
Yes, and we apologize for the small technical difficulty that just happened, as we missed a non-crucial part of the game, as we kind of saw in hand that Mark had it in the bag.
Congratulations to Mark, well played, as he moves on maybe to the, I guess, semi-finals or potentially the finals.
It's still Swiss, so yeah, probably top 4. I mean, well, top 64 guaranteed for sure. Well done to Mark, and well done to Khan too. I love how you play.
Yeah, respect to Khan for
Keeping things,
keeping things calm and yeah, comfortable. And yeah, I was playing against Khan and I lost. I would feel happy.
I would feel happy too. Khan, also a beautiful man.
I must agree.
Okay, that will conclude our round 7. We might have 1 or 2 more extra rounds. Please stay tuned as we bring you the best Gundam. Cardgames.au. Welcome back to the final round of the Hurstville Sydney Regionals 2026. How are you feeling, Tiger?
I'm feeling great. Seeing some pretty good gameplay today. I think we might have to retract our words from earlier today where we said that Liverpool is not going to be as dominant as now we've seen as the tournament's progressed and the X-Zeros are going on table. All of them are playing the Liverpool.
We'll eat our words for sure. That maybe the adapt should have been hit for sure.
Yeah, maybe put Corsica to 0 and adapt at 0.
And maybe our Gundam Armorer at 0.
Maybe
at 0.
Maybe just take out purple and blue altogether and then we just play with the other colors.
What I think is really interesting that they do in One Piece is the pair ban. So if we can ban Mika and Armorer being played in the same deck, maybe that will help a little.
Yeah, that definitely opens up like avenues for deck building as well. Because obviously, you put 50 of the strongest cards together in one deck, very hard to go wrong.
Yes, for sure. And now we have the players sit it down.
I just want to have a look at who the players are. So we have Mark, and well, it still can't, but I'm sure they're in the process of changing it.
Mark, a beautiful man. He is the last defender of Sydney. He is the Sydney local that hopefully will defend our honor on our home ground. I don't want to jinx it though.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it either. We'll just say, may the best man win.
Yes. But Mark is a pretty good man.
But I'm sure you guys all know who we want to win. We won't say it. We won't say anything.
We won't say anything. I mean,
yeah, and I think we've got the other player. I believe that might be Jan from previous.
Lamb.
Yes, sorry, Lamb. Apologies for getting the name wrong.
So we do see, we didn't see it at the beginning, but we saw it at the end. It's the blue-purple mirror, guys.
The blue-purple mirror again. But, I mean, considering it's only just been 4 different people that have played 3 mirrors against each other.
True.
Maybe we have to eat our words that we ate just then.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not that dominant. Just spitballing random stuff. But yeah, definitely.
Seeing the players very happy. They have both come very far in this tournament.
Yeah. It's all smiles at this point. Whereas beforehand, everyone's still tense, trying to get the best results possible.
On the bubble.
Yeah. But I think only one of these players is going to take home the grand prize. And yeah.
May the best man win.
The best man win.
And we're just waiting a little bit longer before we get in to the timer.
Yeah, just letting the audience have a look at the 2 beautiful people there.
Thank you for switching back the camera.
Yeah, thank you.
It was me that switched back the camera. The 2 beautiful people sitting on the podium, not us.
Yeah.
It was just comedic timing.
We're on the other side of the room. Nowhere near.
To recommence this round.
The round has started.
Cool. As we see both players setting up.
We're not seeing an EX resource, so we're not sure. Oh, it seems like Lamb is going second.
And yeah, let's see what the hands are all about. So yeah, fist bump of friendship, and let's get the ball rolling.
And this is the final game of the day. Let's get hyped.
Yeah, put some waves in chat, boys.
W's in the chat.
Yeah, W's
put
in
some
chat.
so strongs in the chat, please.
Type so strong in
So
chat
strongs only.
if you want Mark to win, and type so strong in chat if you want Lamb to win.
So strong.
So strong. And we see Mark approaching his turn 2. Does he have the play? He has the play. He has the play. He has both weenies. Strongest play in the textbook.
I do like that they opted for the ST09 one just to keep things a little fresh.
Exactly. Yeah. Bluff it out. Hey, he could be playing Seed. You never know. This could be structure deck ST09.
Yes, it could be. And Mark doesn't see the white base in the hand. But he will opt to play the Hyakuren.
And most likely, yes, putting both swings into the EX base. Really high-paced gameplay this time around.
Let's have a look at Lance's hand. It seems that he has drawn the double Angsha as well as double. There's a lot of ping in Lance's hand that he can tempo the whole game out.
So it looks like he's going to opt to play one of the 2 cost units, whether it be an Angsha or Adapt. Interestingly to note though, if he doesn't have a 1-cost ping, it's going to be really hard to be able to out a unit here. But he is able to ping his own first form, and on swing, most likely trading, he will be able to get a draw happening.
Goes for the trade. Gets up in card advantage here. And Lamb will up to ping down the Zaku Warrior.
Yeah, you see Lamb really stabilizing now, breaking down the early advantages whilst developing board himself. That's the true power of this blue-purple deck.
And we see an armorer picked up on Mark's side.
And we do see the Gundam there as well, potentially playing the never seen before armor Gundam on turn 4. No, opting to go for the show of resolve instead.
I love this greedy play.
Yeah, recognizing that potentially Lamb doesn't have a good way to crack his EX base without swinging more than, or less than, like without only just swinging once. Now is the best time to go for the extension.
Yes, and not turning anything sideways for Lamb's pings may force him to play suboptimally and waste his pings on just a body.
It really forces your opponent to think, do I want to tempo out my ping units, or do I want to save them for a rainy day? As we see Lamb opting to not put any units down, instead of playing the white base to protect the shield, and paying 2 costs to put down should be the gun tank token, the 1/1 gun tank.
And now, a slower start from both players, now that I think they have opted to play the resource game a little more.
Yeah, both players probably realizing that whoever shoots out the most stuff early but isn't able to take the game isn't going to be winning.
Mark plays the base over his EX base, follows up with a white base of his own.
Yeah, basically going for the same line of play.
Now, will he try and get a token out, or would he opt for more stats?
I think from what I can see, potentially what Mark is going for is looking at Lamb's side. The combined AP of the 3 units is only 4. So he most likely wants to play the base to get at the life to hand in case it's not a burst, as well as increase the HP on, I guess, the base card that is currently active.
So it will force Lamb to turn his unit sideways to try and get rid of that base for Mark to trade good into Lamb.
Yeah, otherwise, or it forces Lamb to actually spend a pilot suboptimally to attempt to push for life.
And Lamb has seen the second adapt, and it seems like he's going to ping down the Barbatos. What a tempo swing.
Yeah, fortunately the Barbados not able to get any card draw before going down. And now we see 4...
Huh?
Oh. I think there's a little bit of a...
I think there's a little bit of
confusion there, with the adapt only being at 4 AP instead of the 5.
Are judges around to see this?
I think we'll leave it to the judge at the table to be able to catch this. Hopefully there doesn't need to be a redo.
This is against the rules.
So we do have Brian sprinting down to let the judges know as to what's happened. For those of you who are maybe a bit newer to the game and don't realize what's happened, basically Corsica base has 5 HP on it, whereas the Gundam Barbados Adapt Link with Mikazuki only has 4 AP. So that swing should not have cracked the base there, and let's see how they are able to repair this game state.
Yes, we did catch it. Luckily, we did catch it, and the game state is reversible, I believe. That will be a warning to both players.
Yeah, because it seemed like from Lamb's gameplay that he was aiming to put all units into the shield area anyway, so I think the easiest way to repair this is Mark just adds an extra shield back, which should be the latest shield that was... Oh, actually they're opting to put all shields back and just redo the turn from the start.
Now, I cannot say I'm very happy with the judge not catching this, but it does just lead to one more shield being preserved.
Yeah, which honestly in this matchup, this is night and day. Very important for any life to count, as well as Gundam right now is a game where even the most micro decisions can affect gameplay.
Yeah, and Mark is in a better position here now that the life is at one more. We have the Gundam Armorer, we have the Angsha to try and swing back the board.
Let's see what he
Decides
opts to do this time.
Mark, recognizing that this is an important turn, Mark needs to take the board back right here and right now.
Yeah, but the good news is all of these units on the sideways are ready for picking. He gets to choose which one he wants to swing into, and everything is also opened up for the blue ping portion of his deck to do its job as well, which, looking at his hand, there are definitely a few cards that match that description. So opting to link the NT1 with Armoro, so he's able to get a ping off and rest a unit, as well as be able to draw one card to refresh his hand. And that link can also allow for an extra swing as well. So definitely getting the most value out of clearing Lamb's board.
And now the field is back in Mark's favor.
Yeah, and he's actually managed to clear 5 units in one turn using, what I can see, would be 3 cards. Very strong turn from Mark.
So strong.
So strong.
So strong.
Hype so strong from Mark.
So strong in the chat. And now Lamb, looking at this field deficit, could he have anything to swing back the board?
It's important. Just note that Lamb does still have a few cards in hand. I think there looks to be
Gray's Custom.
7 cards, so
There is a Gundam Armorer in hand available.
yeah, Mark's definitely not out of the woods yet. Lamb could easily refill the board, but if Mark is able to pull off another turn like his previous turn and just clear everything all over again, that could really be the difference maker, and it can solidify Mark's position in this game.
Yes, and Lamb thinking if he wants to tempo out the Angsha. And he will.
Does so anyways. Important to note, with Gundam NT1, it does have repair 2, so the 1 ping, if Mark chooses not to swing into a unit with more than 1 AP, it will heal that back up.
Now Lamb, deciding to hold the Gundam Armorer in hand, does have game next turn. Mark is not out of the woods at all. He is, again, in peril.
It's very unfortunate. And just go back on the previous turn. Good ordering from Lamb as well, not dumping his hand and then activating his white base token activation. Opting to obviously activate white base first to get a higher HP and AP token, and then going through the rest of his turn.
And now Mark is just opting to go for a wider board. He does not know that Lamb has game in his hands.
Yeah, looking at the state of the state of the board as well, looking at Mark's hand, I don't think he has, based on the cards he's played, that much to be able to actually do anything about this wider
And Lamb
board.
goes for game.
And Lamb goes for game. We do get the Armor burst.
Is there a base of the last shield?
Base? No.
Unfortunately, no.
Unfortunate for Mark.
And Lamb takes home the regional championship. We have our winner for the 2026 Sydney Hurstville Regionals.
Must say, well played to both players. Unfortunately, Mark gone so far, but well played to him as well. That second last turn was really huge, being able to outmaneuver all those units, but fortunately Lamb was just able to go wide, and unfortunately Mark didn't have an answer the very next turn.
I would like to just note that there are 8 pilots in the blue-purple deck, and Lamb saw 4 or 5 of them.
Wow, good job for keeping count, because I definitely wasn't. That is definitely very lucky. If you look at the representation of cards, it's a 50 card deck and there's 8 pilots, and to be able to see the ones that you want especially makes a huge difference as well.
Yes, and again, well done to both players. It's a merit just to be able to come this far.
I agree.
And that is the final round. And we finally have another regional champion. First it was Jimmy, I believe, up in Queensland.
Yes.
Oh, Melbourne.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, and then this is our second regionals ever in Australia, isn't it, Tiger?
I think there was one in Melbourne right
Really?
before Nationals.
There was another regionals before nationals.
Yeah, I think so. It was in. Yeah, was that because Jimmy won the one in
Queensland. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we had the Melbourne one, and then there was Nationals, and now this
So it
is,
finally got to Sydney, huh?
yeah, pretty much making its way around Australia.
Yeah, I definitely think Sydney has the best venue. So if
I agree.
festival events in Sydney, we have great food, we have great people, we have a safe environment. Someone did lose their bag, and they did just find it. Someone did return it.
Yeah.
We got a safe environment.
Know that amongst all the players here, the sportsman-like conduct, not only on the stream table, but also
In the venue
in the
itself.
venue. There was multiple people walking about trying to find the bag, and it's all about sportsmanship. It's all about
The
camaraderie.
community.
Yeah, and the community as well. So, if you're watching today and you never gone to a Gundam Locals because you were always too scared or something, just know that everyone's really lovely. I know that when I first started, I went by myself basically and met all these nice people, and here I am today, being able to commentate games for everyone and share the community, share the culture, share the love, and yeah. And
Don't
it's really
forget
nice.
that today is only possible because of Tag Games. Tag Games bought us the nationals, bought us all the regionals as well. It's amazing what they do and how they are able to bring all the community, the whole community together to just celebrate the Gundam card game.
Yeah, definitely special thanks to Trent and Crystal for hosting such a fabulous event this time around. Everything's gone definitely very smoothly. I can say, at least from our end, there hasn't been any real hiccups that have gone on. So kudos to the team for doing such an excellent and efficient job.
Yes, and from our side, the stream setup is getting better and better, and it's only up from here. You guys stay tuned. Maybe we'll get hand cams next time. Maybe, we don't know if it's possible.
Yeah.
Alright, thank you guys for watching. Watch back. Just analyze the plays a little more. Get better at the game. Gundam card game. Thank you guys for watching. Cardgames.com.au. Go check it out.
Sweet.